Okay, hopefully that is more cooperative. So far, it seems better. We'll see. It seemed better for a minute the other when I started the stream before too. Hey, there's 16 viewers, and you guys are watching a complete crap show right now. But I think it looks better. All right. Now somehow I got dirt all over my hand. Seems better. Frames don't seem to be dropping. Stand by on the color. Yeah, I changed colors last with all the lighting since the lighting changed. So gray card. Yay, white balance. Okay. Chat, that will be instructions. We'll need this in a minute. Tap and die set. Yeah, okay, so I've got, right now I have 8 light panels up in the room, so just a little bit of light. So the first thing I'm going to do is apparently bash the laptop, which I don't need yet because the instructions are not necessary for unboxing. I wish I could make the chat bigger on the iPad. Yes, we're baking muffins. No, this is a cool trick. I showed people this on the last live stream. So all of these are parts from the previous build, but all my screws are labeled with Sharpie marker. You know, M3, 0.5 nuts, 3 by 8 millimeter M3s, and it's a nice way to keep them all organized. But I think I have a even better solution, and I will be doing that here in a minute. I got these. So that way I can put all of them in there and then they close and I can move them around and they won't fall out. I think that'll be an even better solution. I am not the muffin man. I do occasionally live on Drury Lane though. Okay, box O parts. And first thing I'm going to do is remove the flappy bits I don't need that will be in my way. All All right, so first thing that's cool about this build. Well, okay, everything's cool about this build, but I need to thank the R3D guys and my awesome wife. This one is in purple. I mentioned it on the first live stream that this thing would be cool if the printed parts were in purple, and they made that happen, and that's super amazing. And dear, your messages got deleted. Did you post a link?
No, it's a timeout.
Yeah, you post.
Your spam filter's too high.
Did you post a link? That's
No.
1 second. Undeleting all of your messages.
No, you have a spam or a timeout filter set if you talk too much.
Okay, 2 seconds.
Yeah, I got timed out for talking to people. Hi, everybody.
Let me turn the spammy stuff off now. No, so the Gecko Tech is the flex plate that I got for testing, so it has the mag bed. So I bought some upgrades. I bought the mag bed. I bought a few other things, and let's turn the spam filtering off. Okay, that should fix it. You shouldn't get banned for spamming. Please don't spam. That would be nice if you didn't spam. But so the wife. So this is Poly Alchemy's Nightshade, which is one of my favorite filament colors. It's this cool pearl metallic purple. So super excited by that, and all of the printable parts are printed in that material. All right, I think I'm going to move the box over to this can. All right, so more machined aluminum upgrade parts. Yep, I see you're testing. You can talk again. I have linear rail slides. More linear rail slides, labeled Z, Y. I'm sure there's an X in here somewhere. So the heated bed. I did not get the stock heated bed since I was going to put the mag bed on it anyway. I told Joe to keep the mag bed because I didn't need it. So. Just like the other one, it's all, the wiring harnesses are all together. It's all labeled. Yeah, I should have audio. Do I not have audio? It shows I have audio. Okay. Okay, good. If you don't have audio, try reloading the stream. That might fix it. Also, Twitch has a volume slider in the video window that sometimes you have to turn up independent of your device's audio. But the nice thing is it's all labeled. It's all... So there's the here's the PEI it comes with. I believe it's PEI. Oh, it's BuildTak. Okay, so it's got the BuildTak sheet. So I have the flex plate, and the flex plate is what I'll be using. And then the adhesive for the mag bed and its long wiring harness of doom. Ground cable, which is really nice. Thermistor, this goes on top of the bed. Long ground cables for everything. That's super nice to see. Safety, safety third. Okay, good. I'm glad you got your audio fixed. Dear, am I saving all this packing for sending out stickers and mugs? Okay. Oh, quick plug for the stream. I don't know if anybody noticed. Right here. There you go. Those are new. And there are also t-shirts and things like that for Railcore and Mandala. They're in my shop link down below. And all of the funds that raises goes over to, yeah, it is cute on the boat. All of the funds go to help support the Railcore developers, Tony, and stuff like that, because they provide all of the technical support for this stuff for next to nothing. So anything that gets purchased, the proceeds go to them to help keep this project going from a time perspective for Tony and that team. Yes, Steve and Steve. Steve's awesome. How can I leave Steve out? All the duet parts. There was an interesting thing I saw posted. Somebody mentioned that the duet X boards seem to have a warp to them. I was going to look at that and see if that's still an issue. And it looks like it is. Okay, so that's an interesting thing, and that's a duet problem, not a problem with the Railcore. From what I gather, it's on all of the duet boards. And I'll show it here in a second. Let's see here. See the warp in the plug? It's bowed this way. That's a manufacturing thing. It's actually a warp on the PCB. And I'm not sure what to think about that. It's not going to hurt the board, and it's not going to cause failure because it's not continually flexing, but it is definitely a quality control issue, and this is something to do with the way they're assembled. So I'm a little disappointed in that, but the board will still work fine, and everything will still be okay. I could, if it really bothered me that much, reflow the connector and flatten the board out, but I just don't think I care that much. Yeah, you gotta just be a little more careful when you're putting the board in, when you're plugging the ribbon cable in and stuff like that. It's like I said, it's not a huge deal. It's just annoying, especially for a really, in comparison to a lot of other options, a very expensive controller board option. So it would be nice if they addressed that. I don't know what they're doing for it. I haven't contacted them. I know a few people have. If any of you guys that know more details on that want to speak to that, I wouldn't mind. But I don't know if that's the case on the X side of the board, if it has the same problem. Take the foam out of this stuff. That way I can get it all condensed down into one box. Cable. There we go. Now it all fits in one box. Nice and neat. I don't know if this part's interesting or not, the unboxing, seeing how everything's packed. I've kind of rummaged through the box a little bit, so it's not 100%. I also bought a BL Touch. I think it comes with it. I think it's coming with a BL Touch now, but I bought the BL Touch before any of those changes were made. I do have an optical sensor also in the box. I know there were a couple of things that were thrown in just for toying with. I'm reading what Tony said here. You're talking about these parts here for these. I'm pretty sure let's see here. It came with, yeah, it came with this one. So extrusion. I did print this. I think this will be super useful. It's a tapping jig for these. We'll be using that here momentarily. A couple of linear rails, big long linear rails. Nice beefy power cord. Monoprice power cord, so good there. Nice. What do we got here? 14 gauge. Yeah, that's plenty. Rated to 150C for the rubber. Decent, very decent power cord. Let's see here. Bag of aluminum parts and belts and zip ties and all that stuff. A million fasteners. This should be the Meanwell power supply. So another thing that's really nice about this printer is it comes with a good Meanwell, nice high quality power supply, so you don't have to worry about cheap Chinese junk. Bondtech BMG. Standard Bondtech BMG box stuff. Drive gears and parts. Don't need that part for a little while. We need some R3D stickers and an R3D shirt. That needs to be a thing. I think that needs to be next on the list of things to do. Because we've got the Railcore sticker and the Mandala Roseworks and the other Railcore sticker, of course, Merch Minion. And that's my minion, and that's Amanda's cat's minion. So we have all of the steppers, many steppers. So E3D stepper, E3D stepper, E3D stepper. So these are for the XY. This is for the extruder. And then these are 0.9 degree steppers. And I believe that these are 1.8 degree steppers. And these are for the Z. Yeah, so there's a link. There's a merch link in the down in the doobly-doo part of the Twitch chat that has a link to my store, and in my store is your guys' products. Those just went live literally last night, so nobody knew they were live yet. Sorry, you guys have to look at my head in the down camera. So, just some tubing for the hot end feed. Bag of cables. So, standard V6 hot end. I think this is the gold version. Yeah, down in the panel below. 25 amp Panasonic. The blower fan of Blowy Doom. And a nice power switch and fused, so also good, just in case some sort of malfunction. And then one of the other really nice things about this kit is all this wire harness is built. You don't have to build this. It's all ready to go. It's all these wire harnesses are sleeved, and this is actually a really nice update from the first one. I have to give you a lot of credit on that. The first one was good. These are much nicer with the sleeving and stuff like that for these extra lines. Limit switches. I like it. They're all crimped ferrules, so you don't have the wire pubes hanging off of them. So good there. All that's looking nice. And so this is going to be since this one is mine, the first one I built was for Kevlar condom, Adam, and it was also in a rush for the review. I'm not in a rush for this one, so I will probably not do the whole build today. This will be a multi-part thing because it's just so many hours. Dude, yeah, the shirts are holy rails. Look at that. That's a rail. And some really long lead screws. I believe they're also available on hoodies if it is too cold, so you can get them on hoodies. Wow, that is a whole lot of rail. I like it. Look real good. I don't have a machining table to test them on, but they look reasonably flat. I'm going to put them over here where they'd be safe. Don't have them photographed yet, slacker. It's not like we don't have a camera around the house. And then these are the gigantic side panels. Chuck this box out here. Don't mind me while I throw a box at Cat. Those are some great big, wow, that's going to just barely fit under the camera. Actually, with the feet on it, I don't even think it's going to fit under the camera. I'm going to have to raise that up. But we're a little ways from there. Those are big panels. There we go. Okay. That's it. We're done. Bye, guys. That's a joke. Not a very Not a very good joke. Oh, great. The Great Dane's barking and stuff. I have a shelf that I have some space cleared off on that I can put all these parts while I'm waiting. Oh my God. Loud dog. I think one of the first things I'm going to do is actually do the heated bed because I need to get the silicone curing. So I think that's going to be, yeah, no problem, dude. I don't know how long this will be, and I know you said you're not going to be back, but you know, if we're building for 2 days, you might be back. But the first thing I'm going to do, I think, is this build plate or the magnetic bed and get the thermistor in and sealed. Also, everything comes with a packing list, if you guys didn't know that. So they verify all the parts are in there and intact. I got the E3D V6. I was really tempted to get the Mosquito, and may still. So that's a definite possibility. The second version of these, they changed some of the milling. They don't have all there's a few, I mean, it's plastic. They always have a little bit of fuzz on them, but a lot of the fuzz that was on the edges of the very first ones, I think mine was the only one that was affected by it, because I had the other first kit, had fuzz along the edges from the milling process. They got that all fixed. Not that it was a big deal. It came off with just a light trim. I'm going to follow the instructions, kind of, for the build, because this is the second one, and I'm sure I'm going to have to reference some stuff, but I remember a lot of it, so it's not going to be quite step-by-step, most likely, because, okay, so let's be honest. I'm a guy, and guys don't do instructions, right? You're going to be the #1 chatter soon, but you've got a long way to go before you beat, I forget who's #1 at the moment. He and I talked for hours last night, so you got a little ways to go. Flexible build plate. This is the one from Gecko Tech. It seems to be reasonably nice. There are several others. I'm talking to Gecko Tech to get them to cut a one that fits this build plate exactly. They wanted to wait until after the holidays to get that accomplished. So hopefully we'll have, because I think BuildTac has one that fits exact. We'll stop lurking. That's all there is to it. Yeah, so good stuff. I haven't heard any alerts. I'm kind of surprised they're not making noise. Maybe there just hasn't been anything to alert. Yeah, 30. Yeah, the 30 by 40. Is the 30 by 40 from them spot on? Okay. That's perfect. Okay, so then I have the 300 by 300, and I will probably talk to them and see if I can get the 330 by 340, because I know this is it fits the standard size for what is it, the Raise 3D. Somebody at one point asked me for measurements on the magnets, so I made some rough measurements. They're not, I'm sure they're not CAD accurate, but they're close. Ooh, that's loud. RIP headphone users. Let's see here. I'm going to mute the mic for a second because I'm not trying to be a horrible person. Yeah, the beds are beautiful. They're all machined. These are still, the beds are still from 713, is that correct? Okay, now that horrible noise is over and you guys don't have to listen to all of the peeling of the things. So, Steve, are you machining them in your house? Because I know 713 makes them also. Or at least they did. I think that they're still available for order from him. Ah, okay. Yeah, so 713's got him for the self-source guys, and his stuff's beautiful. The first one I had the 713 bed on it, and it had no issues. These beds are nice. They're chamfered. They're not sharp. None of the corners are sharp. Even the little corners right here aren't sharp, which is the fact that everything is broken is really nice. So they're looking really good. It is a very, very stout build plate and a whole lot of neodymium magnets. Yes, that is exactly what I did with this kit for me. I ordered it with the mag bed. Well, actually, no. I ordered this mag bed this mag bed's from 713. So yeah. So you can order. What I did is order the bed from 713, and the kit. I left out the build plate on the other one. Right. Oh, I do have this. This might make you smile. I don't know where that came from. The OCD in me makes me have to make this as close to square as possible. Yeah, this kit has, with the exclusion of the halo, I think all of the aluminum parts currently available. So I'm really excited. I think I'm going to do the thermistor first and then base the distances off of that. Print a unicorn figure. I believe that I can probably do that. I have printed, I don't think I've ever printed a unicorn, but that can be remedied. I know this is kind of sacrilege, but I'm actually going to unsleeve this beautifully sleeved thing. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. I have 18 total dropped frames at the moment, so I think it's okay. Stream's been okay. I think it's all right. Yeah, it could be that end. I'm not discounting that it could be Comcast as well, because they're awful. I did turn the bit rate down just a smidge when I was troubleshooting, so we are currently broadcasting at 2662 kbps. So yeah, should be all right. So I know drilling really long, deep holes is a pain in the neck, and for production purposes, it makes sense to cut the slot. But a side drilled hole in the center of the plate where you could just slide this in would be super slick. Not asking for that to happen, just a thought. But pecking a hole this deep and keeping it straight and not coming out of the bed, total pain in the ass. So yeah, I understand why you did it this way. Okay, guess I need silicone. And because sacrilege, I'm going to stick this in the bottom of the rail with a tiny bit of super glue. Hey, 713, you made it in. Good to see you. I am putting together your beautifully made mag bed right now. Come on, stick. Take a second for that to stick. There we go. Now we're stuck. All right. I may or may not regret that later, but we're good. And we'll get out some Kapton tape. All this is just temporary masking for the silicone. And also fairly unnecessary, so when you guys build, this is just me being me. The razor knife wants to stick to the bed. Yeah, Kapton seems like overkill, but at least it's pretty. And I have tons of it, so... All right, and then rotate these wires so they all lay flat. Oh no, super glue broke loose. Damn it. Working as intended. Okay, change of plans. This is very fiddly. I'm going to stick this down. Close to centered. Because you only get one try with this thing. Get out of there. Close enough. So have you guys gotten the second thermal sensor working with the firmware yet? No, funny enough, the magnets are milled fairly far into the aluminum. So the surface, because you don't want the ridges the surface is flat on the side, and the magnetism just goes right through the aluminum. Well, you still have thermal protection. It's just, you know, second tier thermal protection, which nobody else is doing. So I don't. Yeah, I mean, here, this will give you an idea of just how sticky this thing is. All right. Now that that's where I want that, now I can lay these. Well, you know, you have a whole community of people you could technically rely on, right? I should have a napkin. That would be useful right there. Thermal epoxy would be good until you have to change the sensor, and then it would be really shitty. No, you stay where I put you. Of course, I got silicone on everything now. You know, like you do. So a cool trick with silicone that I'm not currently using, if you get dish soap and you dampen your finger with water and dish soap, silicone doesn't stick to your finger. The Kapton's going to be removed. No, I firm believer in filling the channel with RTV. Because it just seems like the right way to do it. I have a gray card right here. Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. I don't want to cover the actual glass of the sensor though, so I'm being careful not to do that. Just getting it close. Leaving that little 1/4 inch exposed. Because RTV is not a good conductor of heat, so I am leaving that exposed. I guess you could probably put a dab of thermal compound in that. That should be enough. And then I will throw this away, or else it will get silicone on everything till the end of time. It's not quite as bad as anti-seize, but it still gets everywhere. So then, oh, doggone it. There's a bubble. There we go. Now there's not a bubble. And I'm actually pushing down into the ridge to kind of make it concave just a little bit. So that way it doesn't stick out past the top of the bed once it's cured. Or else I'd have to run a razor blade along it. And that would scratch it. And that would just hurt me. Because it's so beautiful. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to pick this up and move it without unseating any of that. Probably should have done this last night, but wanted to do it all on live stream for everybody. Wish you could insta-cure silicone. That'd be super nice. Yeah, they're beautiful beds. So I'm going to make a space on the shelf over here so it can just sit and cure. Let's see if I can pick this up without screwing this up. Probably not. Hey dear, can I borrow you for a second? Help moving this?
Hi, Dorn. Thanks for the squeaks.
Yay, t-shirt order placed. See that wire? Grab that wire.
That one?
No, the big one.
Yes.
Yep. I'm holding it so that it doesn't move with the wet silicone. I'm going to put it on the shelf over there. Gotcha. I just don't want the wire. The wire is going to have to be set neatly. And I can't move it in the silicone, so... All right, set that. Yeah, that'll work. I think that'll work. Yeah, that'll be fine. Cool. Thank you.
Well, anything else?
That's it. All right, now that can spend the rest of the day for a while curing. Now we move on to the long, tedious part. All of the tapping. We'll need that. We'll need this. We will need this. And we will need this. Should have everything we need in here. So that one should work fine. We'll just put that right in there like that. So I think what we actually need is, where'd it go? There's that one. It's either this one or this one. 3mm by 0.5. This is a 440. Why are you in the wrong spot? Yeah, it's really handy to have some of these, because I also have, and it's a weird size. This is a 3mm by 0.6 versus a 3mm by 0.5. And I'm 99% sure we want the by 0.5. Double check with a thread. Yep, by 0.5. I had to double check last time too, because odd sizes. And then I'll need that. Hey, we're up to 20 viewers. Welcome, viewers. I appreciate you guys showing up. If anybody, I do all kinds of weird random production stuff like this. So if this kind of stuff interests you, 3D printing, electronics, batteries, all of that kind of stuff, feel free to drop a subscribe, or not a subscribe, a follow. YouTube, it's subscribe. Twitch, it's follow, because subscribe here is different. subscribe here is paid. So, I mean, you're welcome to drop a subscribe if you want. I'm not discouraging that, but if anybody doesn't know, if you you're here for the barking pony. Where is the barking pony? Hey, Bjorn. Come here. You're fine. Can you not get in because of the fan?
Okay.
Got it. It's okay. There you go. Okay, everybody meet the barking pony. Here's the barking pony. Hi, barking pony. Who's a boy? Hey, do you want to bark for everybody? All right, good boy. Now go on before you break stuff.
Nope, out.
Yeah, I have this squeaker pig that I was given as a gift at one point, and he just goes ballistic. It's this thing here. He's a big dork. He's a good dog. There's also a husky around here who is usually underneath the desk right there, but she's somewhere else at the moment. I have no idea where she's at. There you go. You got your barking pony fix. Yeah, this thing's super cool. It took me, so I printed it on the Ultimaker, and it was apparently over extruding just the tiniest of bit, and I couldn't get it on the ends, so I spent almost an hour with a flat file and a square file fixing the corners and and trimming up the size. But it's printed with at 100% infill, so it's a solid piece. But it turns out really good. So we're gonna find out. I'm going to tip this up just a smidge so that way you guys can see a little more. And then, let's see here. Where is center? Center is there. Now center is here, which is a little better. I should get like a dot, a sticker or something to put right there. Hey dear,
Yeah.
you should bring me another Merch Minion sticker. It is the one-off Thingiverse. It's almost as cool as Tony's business card holder. Everybody should go look at Tony's business card holder on Thingiverse.
Those are the clear ones, guys.
Oh, good. So group question, this one or this one for this job? These stickers are good and they stick to the backing really well. There we go. So these are new, and they are clear stickers, which is good. Shameless plug. There. Now we'll see how tough that sticker is when I scrape stuff across it all day. Yeah, I thought you might like that. Although it's crooked. It's straight on camera, but it's crooked on the desk, and it's going to make me crazy. Yeah. Well, it's at max focus distance anyway. It doesn't start to refocus until way up here. I think I actually have the focus locked anyway. No, it does not. So it's pretty quick. You can see it's reasonably quick. So anyway, back to the task at hand for the next hour. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. And at least I know, oh, and you took some hit points off the boss, who is almost dead. We need 30 more points to kill the boss. Basically anything you do, with the exception of chat, helps kill the boss. Down in the text description, down here, there's a leaderboard. You can see anybody who's got their country published. It keeps track of who's where, just to see what countries are tuning in. Also, it keeps track of chat and how many people are talking and things like that. So it's pretty cool. Yay! You're still the cheerleader so far. I've only been able to accept cheers for 1 day now. So it's pretty cool. So now we'll... Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I suspect that'll wear in, so no big deal. But it's nice to know the print's accurate, because it actually tried to cut threads in the plastic. Yeah, I figured. I'm not worried about it at all. I noticed you modeled a little, 3mm 0.05 thread tap. The question is it going to have enough? There we go. Now we're biting the aluminum. I am probably going to have to drill the... Yeah, it's biting into the aluminum now. And it's got flutes, so it should cut the plastic. Guess I could put it over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. So this is probably the most tedious, awful part of this build. Yeah, I got cheers working in the leaderboard last night, so I was really happy with that. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Also, I like the fact that I've got chat over here, so when I talk to chat, I'm also talking to the camera. I think that's a nice update. No, this is a very much a build-it-yourself kit. I think eventually there was talk of pre-tapping these, but for the most part, they are not pre-tapped, which I don't really have a problem with. Let's look at it this way. This kit is not for somebody who's never done some sort of engineering type project before, so it's very unlikely that they're not going to be able to.
You were saying.
Thanks, Siri. Appreciate that. No, that was Siri. If you're doing this kind of a kit, thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think eventually that there will be an option for that, but it is. I mean, if you think about it, it's quite a bit of work. Also, it's a skill that's handy to have, so I don't really see a problem with kind of people having to learn this skill. One thing I might suggest going forward is I'm assuming there are a bunch of offcuts, little short sections of this stuff. It might be nice to include one or two little offcuts as practice tapping pieces, because aluminum's a little funky and doesn't always like to tap nicely. What's an Olympic fire? Yeah, so I thought about doing the tapping and stuff before the stream, but I thought that was kind of not genuine to the build process. So I'm going to make you guys suffer through it also. Oh yeah, the little bag. It's a bag that holds. So when people tip, it gives bits, and the bits will pile up in the jar. So like when Ogre tipped a bunch of 1-bit things, you'll notice that they all piled up in the bottom of the jar, and as more people tip, they'll kind of stack up. There's a bunch of different styles. That one just happens to be like a burlap bag, like a magical burlap bag. I thought it was kind of a cute. Yeah, see, they'll go across the top of the screen, and then they all kind of fall into the bag. And they bounce around. They've got a little bit of physics, and they cause the other stuff to bounce around. Like and they're all weighted. So if somebody tips with a big bit tip, like 1,000 or whatever, it hits the bottom like it's a lead ball in a bucket of rubber duckies, and they all kind of explode out. It's cute and funny. Yeah, that guide works really well. Other than the fact that what do you call it? You have to kind of fiddle with it in the beginning. That works really well. I am, however, going to open that hole up just a smidge. have any metric drill bits because I live here in the land of America. And metric drill bits, well, that's not true. There are metric drill bits downstairs, but that'll work. Well, I don't know why this is so hard. We'll just put the tap in the drill. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I like metric better. But there we go. I bet it fits now. Perfect. Except keeps letting go of the damn tap. Yeah, I have tapped a lot of holes too, but this small in aluminum, which is kind of sticky to begin with, I'm okay with doing it by hand. I don't mind doing bigger taps with a drill, but stuff this small makes me just a little uncomfortable. I'm going to mute the mic for a second. There we go. Yeah, that's why I don't want to stick it in a drill and then break it off, because I don't have any spare extrusion. And if I break a tap in this process, we stop the stream and we wait for a new piece of extrusion to show up, which I'd rather not do. All right, so now I can put a mark on the tap. Now I know when to stop. Yeah, a little easier with a nice milling machine to do that kind of stuff. I also like the fact that this this little guide gives you a little more grip on the extrusion, so that's nice. That is really tight. Yeah, if anybody doesn't know, I think you're talking about this piece right here. All of these are tapped. And also, it's a beautiful part. I have a brush. Any of you guys know how far the bolts extend into this extrusion? Off the top of your head? Yeah, that's kind of what I was going with. The guide is useful and also makes it so I can't see. So that should, that is the wrong one. That works for me. Yes, these are great. Love those hex draggers. Because I don't need... They're cheap on Amazon. Even if you break one or lose one, it's no big deal. I think it's like $10 for the whole set. Yeah, I remember them having a little bit of a discussion during the live stream. All right. Brush the tap out. And do it again. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I do this kind of stuff quite a bit. So if anybody isn't following, you guys are more than welcome to do that, and it should alert you when I'm on and building stuff. So at the moment, if anybody is watching and not sure, I am building a Railcore ZLT, which is a 300 by 300 millimeter on the X and Y, and 600 millimeters on the Z. So it's a very tall printer. So we're just starting the process. There's a lot of work to go. I don't like the fact that the chip channels on these taps fill up so much. And I am probably tapping further than I need to, but I'd rather have more thread than I need than not enough. All right, we're almost done. That's a lie. We're nowhere close to done. But much quicker now that I have the tap or the jig sorted. Need a toothbrush for this. This brush is a little coarse. think we're up to 22 viewers. I appreciate all you guys coming in and hanging out with me. And it's cool that people are interested in this kind of stuff. So I don't know if you guys, if a lot of you are Twitch viewers on a regular, but if you have an Amazon account, you can tie your Amazon account to Twitch, and that gives you a free subscription for each month. You have to re-subscribe every month, but it gives you a free subscription to give away to anybody you want. Doesn't have to be me, can be someone else. There are lots of other people out there way more talented than I am. But it gives you the option to give away a free subscription for anybody who has their Twitch Prime account attached to their Twitch account. I'm going to try and transport this build series over to YouTube so that they won't go away eventually, because Twitch's build series goes away after I think 60 days or 30 days, which is what happened to the previous build on the ZL when I built that, what, 2 months ago, something like that. That's really tight. Wow, that's getting filthy. Should have printed it in something besides white. Gross. Yeah, a lot of aluminum buildup on the tip. So the subscribe is a way to donate financially to people streaming. I think it's $5 a month, and it's free for whoever you're subscribed to if you have a Twitch Prime. You can also just buy one and subscribe. Yeah, see, just like that. Yeah, there's a couple of different tiers. There's a $4.99 is the paid one, which is also what you get with the free one. And then I appreciate that, by the way. And then there's a $9.99 and I think $25, which is just crazy pants. Well, I appreciate that. That's super cool. I believe it is. Hey, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Yeah, Twitch Prime, it's cool. I like it. I use it. I kind of share it around to people I enjoy watching. So I think it's a cool thing that they've added, a perk of Amazon Prime. It's at this point, who doesn't have Amazon Prime? Yeah, this jig is super helpful. Thank you for building it. So it's a hollow tube and it gets full of chips. So I blow it out with canned air. Normally if I was in the garage, I'd just use the air compressor, but don't have one up here. So life goals, air compressor in the upstairs shop. Love the fact that aluminum's soft and you can cut a bevel with a razor knife. I hope you guys like tapping. We're going to be at this a little while. I probably could have done like most of these off stream, and then yes, we are going to Murph. We bought plane tickets, and we are in the process of organizing. We're in the process of organizing to ship 3 of these printers from Seattle to Murph. So we'll have this one that I'm building today, the one I built 2 months ago, and what do you call it? One of the other guys who has, I believe he's self-sourced, or he bought one of the other kits. We're going to ship them all on a pallet to R3D. Oh shit. Awesome. Yeah, you're not the only one. There's a few of us Railcore people up here in Seattle now. So you are definitely not the only one. Well, we don't have to wait till Murph to get together if you ever want to get together and make shit or whatever. We're actually in Maple Valley, so not crazy far away. We're on the south end. You know Joel's up here, right? He's in Seattle. Yeah, Seattle's like the best place to live. Did you watch Joel's review on the Railcore? It's much easier to interact with people with this over here, where I can look like I'm kind of looking at the camera.
Looking in the general direction of people.
Yeah.
I'm headed out.
Bye. Bring home food.
Okay.
I'm glad that that video has gotten a chance to reach as many people as it has. It's done really well. Well, the reality is you guys deserve it. You're doing everything right in the community. Open source, a lot of community engagement, all those things. Yeah, it's doing great. Most of the time, that's how mine looks too. I don't get that many failed prints, but yes. And I don't know how many people have bought merch, but it's appreciated. It helps the well, two things. A, it's the Merch Minion is our company. It's the wife's full-time job, and also it helps raise money to keep Steve and Tony busy. Yeah, that's it. Busy. You know, Protopasta sells High Five Blue. Yeah, I cannot wait for the tool changer to happen. That is on my short list of must-haves. I was kicking around on the Facebook the idea of having the 6-mic aluminum plate machined into side and back and bottom panels for this thing. I still think I want to do that. I just don't know what the cost is going to be. I'm just brushing the aluminum shavings off the tap into the trash here. The side panels, I suspect, out of the 6 mic plate will not be a cheap addition. And the reality is they don't add much to the printer. They're not going to really add a bunch of rigidity. They're not going to do anything except make it look super blingy, which the whole definition of this printer is overkill. So it would be overkill. Yeah, definitely mass. But mass in the right places instead of mass on the print head. Yeah, mass reduces vibrations and things like that. Not harmonics or anything like that, but will reduce a lot of the... I'll tell you what, the side plates on the 600ZL in 6 mic aluminum would not be light. I actually thought about you could get it anodized. I have not seen the brushed finish. No. It would shut up the flex guys on Facebook. There's no flex if it's made out of a bunch of 5 or 6 mil aluminum. Wow. Okay, that's significant. Although, well, and the other thing is the brush finish wouldn't show off fingerprints and every other little tiny flaw. Well, no, we want to use aircraft quality. We want it the same aluminum that they're sending into space. Well, overkill's good, though. Overkill is what this thing's all about. Yeah, I know it's totally unnecessary, but still cool. Yeah, that looks sharp. Yeah, because if it was all shiny Mic 6, it would be a magnet for scratches, and it would never look beautiful except for the day you got it. Because it would be covered in fingerprints and shmoo and... Yeah, that would look really sharp. Yeah, but you got to admit it would be absolutely killer in Mic 6. Well, this whole printer is overkill. Like, the whole definition of this printer is basically overkill. And my statement on that is the best kind of kill is overkill. So if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it for real. Exactly. If it's worth killing, it's worth overkilling. That should be. We need a shirt. We need a shirt with that slogan on it. Just saying. Who likes shopping malls? Not me. Well, yeah, but she's not going to wear your shirt. I have a razor knife. Why? Yeah, I like Amazon's shopping mall. It's right there. If I do another one of these, I seriously am thinking about investing in a hand tapper, the electric ones. Hey, we're at 22 viewers still. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of that. Holy crap, the tip bag, the cheer bag is filling up. You guys are crazy. That's super cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, spots for doors would be great. Woohoo! Thanks for the tip or the cheer. Yeah, but aren't the machine taps way more fragile? I'm old school. I've been tapping by hand with non-machine taps forever. Oh, thanks for the host. Appreciate it. Yeah, the door fixtures would be great. Because, you know, you needed another project to have to machine a bunch more stuff. I figured that that you might like that. Because I'm sure you're not busy enough. Huh. That might be a nice thing to have. Oh, what'd you get? What'd you order? Oh, I'm super jealous. I want a CNC mill so bad. So as a machinist, if I were to order a CNC mill for the garage, what should I order? Well, I guess all relative. Try and keep it under 20K. Yeah, so that's kind of what I had heard is not the Tormax. And what I was looking at is something comparable to the Tormach 1100M series in that size range. Something with coolant and tool changer and automatic drawbar, all that stuff. I mean, you could go to something like a Haas, but I think they get really expensive really quick. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. So who's leading the cheerleader board right now? Yeah, so there's actually two cameras. Believe it or not, this is the cheap, crappy camera. This is the nice camera. This here. It's a much nicer camera. Yeah, buttons. So I've got A camera, B camera. I've got a mic mute button right here. Let me switch over here. Mic mute button. And I could do this and show everybody a useful piece of tech. So stream starting soon. The I got a P button does this. And A camera, B camera. This is CPU usage while streaming, mic mute, the alert mute, and my on-air, off-air button, and that's all I've got configured so far. Really useful piece of kit. Yeah, Stream Deck, if you're going to stream much at all, it's absolutely worth having. What spindle speeds do I need to really have? I see 1,500 and 10,000, or 15,000 and 10,000 being common, and 750 or 7,500 below that. Oh yeah, zoom back out. Thank you. 10K plus? Okay. I figured... Yeah, and that's probably what I'll do most of is aluminum. So... you can do it it would be easier if I was using a machine tap, apparently, because we have experts in that kind of thing in the channel that tell me so. I probably ought to invest in a better tap kit, but I do very little of this, so this works okay. It's just a little slow. So with this little tiny M3, I'm terrified to put it in a. I'm terrified to put it in a drill because I don't have any spare extrusion, and if I break it, I gotta wait for a new piece of extrusion to show up, and that would just make me unhappy. We'll have to talk more on a mill. Do you have any? I'm sure you have contacts in that industry. I will be doing one of the plans with this live streaming and YouTube stuff is if I can get a mill in house, I'm going to live stream and make YouTube videos on that whole process, all the learning and making of things. How come we don't have 713 stickers? Did you send me one with the plate? If you did, it's over behind me in the toolbox. Okay, then it's over there somewhere. Or, yeah, it's here somewhere. There's a little piece of me that likes hearing the chip break when you back this off. I'll miss that with the machine tap. Well, slower RPM you can get away with. You just have to be a lot slower, right? Like there's not a point where, you know, at 3K you can't cut aluminum. You just have to cut aluminum really slow, right? As long as your cutter tip is the right, you know, millimeters per inch, or the correct, yeah. Wow, I need more caffeine. Yeah, really slow. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So if you're down at 5,000 RPM, as long as your tip speed is correct, you're okay, I think. Lots to learn. So here's the problem I'm having with this. It's just filling the space. Yeah, it's just limitations of what I got. Yeah, I kind of got to run what I brung. So that's why I'm being so careful with it when I get down far into the cutting. You can feel it start to the chip load really load up, and I don't want to break the tap off when it gets that way. Yeah, at that point, you just throw this piece of extrusion away or cut the end off and use it for something else because you're not getting it out. Not for the amount of headache you'd have versus the cost to replace it. I'd rather just replace it. I believe that's what he's using. I'm not 100% positive on that. The other limitation I've got is I've only got 220 single phase, so I've got to be on VFD. I've got 200 amp service, but I don't have 3-phase available here. And I'm not building a rotary converter. Yeah, that last millimeter on this, the chips are totally full, and it's really a pain in the butt. Our power bill is not bad, but then again, here in Seattle, we're on pretty much hydroelectric, and it's not terribly expensive. You with 400 amp, you could build a rotary converter and have 3-phase in a cart. You'd be okay with that, like that, with that much of available current. Rotary converters are not hard to make. The you guys in Goshen might be using power generated by my little brother. He's a engineer at the local nuclear power plant out there. Yeah, no worries. You can just hang out and catch up or watch it later in the VOD or whatever works for you, man. Take care of the daughter and all that stuff. I will stream until I'm tired of streaming or lose my voice or the printer's done. One of those things. I appreciate you guys hanging out and chatting. It helps keep everything less boring. Yes, sit here and tap forever. We are actually over half done with the tapping, believe it or not. And it's getting faster. The first one took a long time because I had to fix the guide. Yeah, just well, I've tapped a lot of holes over the years, but not usually little stuff. I've done a lot more bigger things in steel than I have small things in aluminum as far as tapping goes. And I'm also being really careful because if I break one of these, I'm totally boned. I have no replacement parts, so I'd have to wait for replacement parts to get here from R3D. There's, what's the stream say, 25 people? There's a whole lot of lurking and not a lot of talking going on. I've done 2 now. Have no objection to doing more. I like building these things. I'm not a dwarf. Mainly because my axe sucks. Yeah, you and your working. Of course it's a very exciting Sunday. You're watching me do this really exciting stuff. I should have done like 90% of these before the stream. That would have been smart. Remind me to do that next time, Steve. Tap most of them so people can still see how it's done, but don't have to sit through it. You know, sucking up doesn't really get you anything, right? Wait, you're not supposed to just build these? You're supposed to print with them? I don't understand. Oh man, this one's long. It's almost like this printer is tall or something. It's kind of a mixed blessing from what I can tell. It's really cool that there's a ton of them out there, and it's really cool that like there's all of those things, but also you're not really the only one with the really cool toy anymore either. It's like if all of a sudden Lamborghinis were Ford Fiestas, they wouldn't be cool anymore. That's true. Tesla Model S is my #1 car, period. I would take that over any supercar any day. But I'm an absolute battery freak, so go figure. Yeah, it's amazing how many Prusa's how many machines Prusa has sold. All right, I'm gonna give you guys the crotch shot just so you can see what I'm doing because this piece is long and I got to work with it off the table. I wish I had a Virgil's root beer right now. That'd be great. That's cool that they're like out in the middle of nowhere. That's neat. Ooh, I just ordered a 10-liter ultrasonic cleaner. Can't wait for that to get here. One of the guys I was talking to last night in the live stream, he's in New Zealand, not New Zealand. I can't remember where he's at. Anyway, he's in the. What did he say? Did he say it was New Zealand? I don't know. Anyway, he was talking about the fact that they're hard to get parts and stuff for, and was interested in building or buying a kit. I think he said he was going to buy a kit. Tell you what, though, my arm is getting tired. I will be glad when this is done. Sharpie marks coming off. Getting hard to see how deep I'm supposed to run this. John, are you in Kansas City? Ah. That's funny. I used to live in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which isn't too terribly far from Kansas City. I think Alex Steele, blacksmith on YouTube, just moved out to your neck of the woods. John? Wait, I don't have Magbed 1? Damn it. I've got Railcore 1. Well, I've got Railcore Kit 1, not the first Railcore. You're talking about you like Alex Steele stuff, right? He's gotten... So my only complaint, and I know the dude needs to make money, is I like it when sponsors tie into the topic. And his topic is a little... His sponsors are a little... They're clearly paid advertisement. He's not hiding anything. I have no beef with that. The dude needs to make money. Totally good. All good. But when you can tie your sponsor into what you do, I think it's a little more polished, and that's new since he moved. But other than that, it's good. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need the first one. You don't have to love me. It's okay. Yeah. Like I said, I don't have any beef with what he's doing. It's just sometimes I have seen people who really try to tie their sponsor to what their channel is all about, and I like that a little better. I still love his stuff. I watch all of his videos. I'd love to be 10% as good at what he does as at video and crap as he is. Well, I'm good at video, but I meant like having a cool YouTube channel. I don't do anything nearly that interesting. Yeah, that his new setup, the move to the US, all of that, crazy expensive. Like I said, no beef with what he's doing. If it bugged me, I wouldn't watch him, but I love watching his stuff. You like his new guy? The new personality on the show? I think he fits pretty well with it. Oh yeah, Montana. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Alex Steele. He's a blacksmith. Recently moved from Great Britain to Montana. He's got a fun channel to watch. Hey, what's up, Trolling for Dollars? Welcome to the channel. I don't think he moved to Texas. I think he visited Texas, but didn't actually move. But yeah, he's moved a couple times in the UK, and then moved to Montana. was funny, I missed it last night. I fixed the lighting rig that's on the ceiling up above us. I spent about 2 hours, something like that, fixing one of the LED panels. Had to, it's kind of a bodge, had to replace the, hey, thanks for subscribing to the channel. I do have, this, a lot of this is going to go up on the YouTube channel. I've kind of neglected the YouTube channel. You can actually, so the Ultimaker 3 unboxing was my first 3D printer. The Ultimaker 3 Extended is a first, kind of starting at the top-ish. It is an M3 by 0.5. But listen to these guys when they say get one for aluminum and not one for steel, or get a machine tap, because these suck. If you guys wanted to link the correct choice on Amazon or something, wouldn't hurt my feelings any. Just be aware, aluminum is kind of gummy and sticky, and if you break the tap off in the aluminum, you're really screwed. So just be careful. Go slow until you've got a good feel for it. You'll feel like, I don't know how much if you've done much tapping in the past, but in some and then backwards to break. If you've got this style tap, you go in some and then backwards to break the chip off so that it doesn't continue to just curl up and bind, and then that's when you're going to break a tap. So in some and then back off. And you can kind of feel it. You'll feel the tap start to get stiff. Then you'll know you'll need to break the chip loose. $27 viewers. That's amazing. Yeah, I've broke some big taps off in steel. So we were tapping, we had to tap some AR 500 to mount it to some stuff overseas. And that's the ballistic plate steel. That stuff is just a son of a bitch. We were bolting it to vehicles. $11 down, 4 to go. Getting close. Till I fall over dead, or the printer's done, or the internet dies, or I stop. One of those. Probably a while. Also, working is overrated. Unless you're 713, and then get back to work because you have Railcore parts to make. Hey, M3 tap. Well, you be safe, and then it'll be nice to see you back again. Oh yeah, that price isn't even bad. Those are not bad at all. Do they make a kit of those? Or something along those lines? Because everything I've got is all really meant for steel. Or is there a better place? Oh, no fair. I want a CO2 laser. You have all of the fun toys. I don't like you. This is by far the worst part of the stream, is or the worst part of the build is all this tapping. Seven holes to go. Let's see here. Do. Interesting. So the Railcore doesn't get its stiffness from the frame. I mean, it gets some of its stiffness from the frame, but it gets all of its stiffness from the way the side panels and bottom panels are attached. So it doesn't need a 20 by 20 or a 20 by 30 because the HDPE sides add way more stiffness than those larger extrusions would ever give you. You can literally stand on these printers and they don't flex or move, even though they're only 15 by 15. My office smells like a machine shop. Not that that's a bad thing, but... Oh, I can see that being a little bit of a hurdle. I'm surprised it's harder to get, though, because you'd think that, I mean, it's just extrusion. It shouldn't be hard to get. Yeah, the much cutting fluid. What? This printer's not built in Freedom units? For anybody who wasn't here in the beginning when I showed it off, up here is new Railcore stuff. So that's cool. And those and the shirts that go with those are available to help support Tony and Steve, who are doing all the development on this stuff. And you guys should go buy shirts and things because those two need to be paid for all the work and effort they've put into making this thing a real thing. So, just a thought. I can see the procurement thing being an issue. I'm surprised that there's not a source in the EU for 15. The Railcore is a fantastic printer. I can't recommend it enough. This is my second build of this thing, and I've been with these guys and hanging out with the community for about a year, almost a year now. And watching it grow and advance and stuff like that has been amazing. Really? That's strange. You'd think a company would want to sell to anybody with money. Five holes to go. Hell, Tony's still developing on a non-ZL. Wait, Amazon's a proper place. Oh, is it a ZL250? Okay. I thought it was a non-ZL. Okay, caffeine break. Tastes like aluminum and cutting fluid. I really want the Halo. You need to stop making stuff I want, because you're going to have all my money. And I don't have any more money, because you already have all my money. Well, then we need to work out some sort of deal where you send me stuff and I send you stuff, and it doesn't cost real dollars. So, yeah, that. Because I make stuff too. I know, I got a whole t-shirt printing, I have a whole shirt printing and sticker printing and merch printing company to keep busy. We should make trades. Also, tax isn't a thing on trades, because trades. Two more holes. So there are two sources for link or for some of these upgrades. 713 in the chat there. Yes, thank you for the links. That's perfect. Those are the guys that are making the aluminum parts. If you guys aren't following, you should feel free to click the follow button. I do all kinds of making, crafting, electronics, batteries, random fixing stuff, type things. And if this stuff interests you, feel free to click the follow button, and it'll let you know when I'm online and streaming. I am terrified of breaking the tap off in these because it's really small and kind of chewy, being aluminum, and I can only go about 2 turns before I have to break chips, and forward, back, forward, back, forward, back. It'd be a pain in the butt. Well, we could work something out like I'll cover your costs, you cover my costs, and the labory bits are tradesies. We do that with one of the local mechanics and a local gun store. That way you're whole, I'm whole, and then we both get toys we like. Taxes here in the US are weird. Yeah. Well, you just need people to buy your shirts. I got what you meant. I read typo fluently. We're almost done. We've only got 2.5 more holes to tap, and then it's on to less monotonous things. So northwest TJ, you, I'm assuming, are in the northwest. What part of the northwest? Oh, you're in Kelso. We're in Maple Valley. That's why I asked. There's somebody else in here that's from Wenatchee. I think he said Wenatchee. Yeah, there he is. Two to go. Yeah, so I own a company called Merch Minion. There's a link in the down in the below part, and that's what we do. We do merch, things like those stickers, the T-shirts that are supporting the Railcore development stuff. Joel Telling, we do his shirts. They're fun, and fun is half the battle, I guess. I have printed a few parts for the company. Also some, like, we have a 3D model of our logo, the little octopus thing. We have a 3D model of that. I've printed that. That counts as part of the empire, right? I do so little of this that no, we print stuff for camera equipment. We print stuff for drones as hobbies. We do some footage and stuff like that. We do a lot of filming for. We've done some stuff for, like, a friend of ours' company. Done all kinds of commercial stuff and things like that, but print parts for drones and all of those things, but not really Merch Minion so much, because Merch Minion is more merch related, I suppose. These two printers are the most tapping I've done in 10 years, so. But yeah, it's like 713 and those guys, I'm sure, are quite aware. The whole owning your own company thing is awesome and horrible all at the same time. There is no such thing as a weekend or a day off or things like that. It's hard to plan things like the trip to Murph. That's tricky. It kind of shuts the business down for a couple of days because we don't have other people. It's just me and the wife. This is the last hole, by the way. Then we can go do something less tedious and also that stops making my arm tired. Oh no, that's not true. We have office policies in HR because, like, the wife won't let me, I don't know, do whatever. No, you're our mascot. Also, you're third now. Why are you third? That wasn't the question. I asked why you're third. You let somebody beat you. That's not like you. Well, don't you have employees you could leave with mills spinning? Well, you just need a robotic arm that can change all the parts for you. That's a good question. I don't know, and I probably should. I know that there are some maker events and stuff, but not. Murph is kind of its own weird, unique animal. And if it was up here, it would be Northwest Rep Festival, and I don't even know how you would pronounce that. Norf. All right, now that that is truly filthy, I'll put that over there. Don't tell the wife I got her sticker all covered in tapping oil and metal shavings. She'll be sad. I need a little countersink because doing these by hand sucks. Yeah, I have one of those. Last time I did that, everybody all the machinists in here yelled at me. Yeah, I'm looking at you, 713. Yelling at me for using a unibit to clean up the burr on the end of the tap. Not so much about the extrusion, but about the tool abuse. Also, I'm going to have to hit this with a vacuum cleaner so I don't end up with metal shavings in my feet. Wait, you mean I wasn't supposed to use a razor knife to score the green plastic to get it off the Mic 6 build plate? Hey, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. We are just finishing up some tapped holes before we start assembling this 3D printer and making a bunch of noise so that all you headphone users, all your heads explode. Yeah, you just score the green plastic and it just peels right off. No problem. It's easy. Also, you're totally right. I would never. Yes. Yes, I am the 1080 Ti old card owner. Yes. What, that's not covered under warranty? That seems like the kind of thing that should be covered by warranty. Okay, thankfully that is done. Now I shall de-aluminum bits myself. Yes, absolutely. Much rejoicing. Clean this up a little bit so we don't get burrs all over the place. Waterproof stickers are awesome. All right, now there won't be oil and crap all over the rest of the build. Excellent. Ping me on Twitter, KnineDHP on Twitter. Just DM me on Twitter, that should be fine. Okay. Next. That's it, we're done, it's all built, yay! So one of the things I was gonna do is use these for basically parts bins. So wattage per performance, I think, is better on the NVIDIA cards, which is the primary reason I stick with them. The benchmarks between Vega 64 and the what do you call it? Wow, can't think. The TI is, I don't know. You know, I am probably the wrong person to ask for a long-term assessment. Haven't owned an AMD card since probably 2 decades ago, and it's not just. I don't know. I typically buy the fastest card available when I make an upgrade, and just AMD hasn't been that card since it's been a while. So they just haven't been in my machines, so I don't have a good real-world comparison between them. So, M3 lock nuts, M3 lock nuts. These are all the same. Smarty Pants. I like the fact that they're all labeled and what they are and all of those things. Just trying to organize these a little bit. Yeah, it's a really cool unit. It's its own thing. I'm glad I have some extra of these. I had 3 left from the other kit, so I've got a couple of spares. All right, so I will organize that later so you guys don't have to watch because that would be boring. So let's get this party started. Put all that over there. Bag of stuff. And I'm going to pull up I'm gonna make a build video for this. It's just not this build. I've been talking to R3D about doing an actual like step-by-step build guide for these. And I think that that'll be a really cool thing. Let's see here. Tony sent me. Let's see here. It's not signed in. The 300ZL assembly guide. So, let's see here, all the printed parts, tap the extrusions. So the next piece would be sinking the brass inserts in all of the parts. Yeah, the Benchy turned out great. And it was printed quick. It wasn't like I spent a bunch of time tweaking it to make it do that. Get out the crappy soldering iron I don't care about to melt plastic. Oh yeah, so I have to thank my dad for that. We built a gazillion RC model cars and things like that as a kid growing up, and this is all my dad's doing. It just lets you organize stuff, and the mini muffin tins is the key, because regular muffin tins are usually too big, too much crap. The only problem is when, because not if, it will happen sooner or later. When you knock this off the table, you might as well just kill yourself. Cool. Well, I should be still going in 90 minutes, so I would welcome you back. So I think I'm going to transfer all these to those little plastic bins, and I think that that will help in the long run. All right, printed parts. All these purple parts are so cool. A lot of these screws are stainless. They probably won't stick to the magnets. Also, the pony is barking. So, hey, look, support material. That came out nice and easy. As did that one. Yeah, let's do that. Come on, focus. So it's this cool metallic pearl. It's Nightshade by Poly Alchemy, I believe is who does this. And it's just killer. It's my favorite color out of all the filaments I've seen. This is my favorite. And I fell in love with it. And last Railcore build, I mentioned in the live stream that if it was purple, it would be the only thing that you could really do to make it better would be make it in purple. And my wife reached out to Joe at R3D and behind my back organized this. They bought the filament special to print it for me. It's just, I blew my mind when it showed up and I opened the box and I was like, what? She is my wife. I definitely, yep, too late, wifed. I can, let's see here, Bcam. I can adjust this so it's more do. Well, it probably helps that purple is also her favorite color, so anything in purple is a win in our house. All right, so we got about sink some stuff in those, and those. And I think everything else that normally in the instructions here needs to be sunk is aluminum, thanks to our friendly neighborhood upgraders. Oh, these are going to need some sinks as well. I don't have my little aluminum sheet anymore. Well, that's unfortunate, because I chopped it up and used it for something else. What do I have that's flat and able to be gotten hot? Let me use this. That's not flat though. Yeah, that'll work. I can use that. $6.50 Frankenstein and threaded inserts. So the trick with these is to sink them and then smush them flat. See, not too terribly hard. Also, the piece of metal pulls some of the heat away so that they go solid a little faster. Yeah, so you these are actually one of the attaching points. So when you melt them in like that, they bond to the plastic on the inside, and then you can put they're not as secure as like if you were to bolt them from the other side, but they're attaching hardware and they're more than sturdy enough. And then I just use the flat surface to make sure that they're flush with the top. This is actually a really common attaching method in 3D printing. This is a super common way of adding threads that aren't 3D printed to 3D printed parts. It's surprisingly not hard. You get it hot, you kind of just push it into place, you get it close, and then you smash it with the thing and you're done. It's not a very specific temperature. There's not a whole lot to it. They go in real easy. No, it's no, you're fine. It's just you're right. It's probably not the most common thing to do, but it's once you do one, you're like, oh yeah, that's no big deal. That's well, so these are, you could, but you're removing a lot of extra modeling and things like that. You just model the hole that's the correct size for these little inserts, and they just the nuts. Typically, there's not enough flat surface area on the nut, even in a 3D printed part, to really hold it super stable and solid. These, because they've got the little knurling on them, they melt in and they're really solid. They're very attached once they get cold. Because you'll see how the part here. You can see they've got a rib and these knurls, and that causes it to kind of fill these gaps, and it really bites into the plastic once it goes solid. For things like this part here, where you need as many attaching points as you do, it seems to work really well. Necessary may not be the right word, but functional and working well is probably definitely the right word. So there's like a lot of these blind holes that I'm kind of taking the infill pieces out of. So that's a blind hole. So you don't have to model a nut on the back. You can just insert the nut right there, and it just centers itself and it goes right in. Yeah, inserts, they're not hard. Once you try doing one, you'll be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that totally makes sense. That's fantastic. Those work great." I'm just knocking out little bits of support here and there. This printer has way more attaching hardware than pretty much any other printer, just from the volume of screws and things like that go into this printer. It's very solid. It's very built like a tank. So these extra inserts and stuff add stability and strength. It's the reason that this printer can do what it does, is it's built to be rigid, to be tough, and to run hard. There we go. Those are good, those are good. Those are good. All right. All these little plastic bits, get them out of here. Well, and what's funny is I'm assembling this Y carriage so that I can print the part to replace this part with. Technically, I could print it on one of my other printers, but I have a whole roll of carbon fiber PLA sitting up there, and I'm going to print the part in carbon fiber PLA. Yeah, so I'm going to print... I have these, but I don't have the printed part to put them on. Yeah, so, damn it. I need this piece. Just saw that off right there. So yeah, if you, I think it's this way? Yeah. I think it's that way. Is that right? I think that's right. Ooh, metal belt holder. But anyway, so for example, holy crap! Lone Star, thank you for the raid with 11. That's awesome. That's super cool. Welcome to the channel. We are building a 3D printer. I appreciate the raid. That's amazing. Super cool. You said flip over the metal Y plate this way. Right here. Yeah, so this is a relatively complicated printer. One bag of many parts. One bag of many bags. But this is work of art. And Stop focusing, camera. That is art. Yeah, we're building a Railcore. This is a ZLT. It's a Core XY. Railcore ZLT. It's 300 by 300 by 600. The only difference is the ZL is by 3 by 3 by 3. This is 3 by 3 by 6. You guys missed the hours of tapping 15 extrusion. All of the ends had to be tapped. So you guys missed all of that fun. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, so now we start setting. I wish I had, I do have a flat piece of aluminum. I can use that. There we go. That's better. I try to keep up with chat, so if I miss something, like, just get my attention. Hey, Real Kevlar Condom. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Bill, welcome to the channel, dude. It's a Core XY, I believe. So, okay. The designers of the Railcore are in here and can answer that question. Because I'm drawing a blank at the moment. I think Steve's still in here. Yeah, he was talking just a minute ago. Damn it, Steve. Tell us all the things. I'm sinking all of the brass inserts into the Y plate, or into the Y plate for the. This is the part that moves around and holds all of the print head. The belt's attached here, and it sits, I believe, this way. I'll have to look. And then the print head sits on here, and this is the part that runs around the bed and prints your part. What's funny is I'm building this. I am building this print head so that I can print the part to put the other print head part on. No, this is my second Railcore build, and this will be the third printer I own. I also built Kevlar Condom's printer. Second printer build of this caliber. I've built like CR10s and stuff like that, but this is the second printer build of this caliber. Oh, these are the support structures on the ZLT. The ZL doesn't need them, but on the ZLT, the Z-axis lead screws go up through here, and it just supports them, keeps them from waggling around because they're real tall. On the ZL, the 300 millimeter version, it doesn't need them. They're stiff enough on their own. So what I'm doing is I'm using the flat aluminum plate. Flat is very relative. Flat-ish aluminum plate to pull some of the heat out of these brass inserts, to kind of get them solid, and also make sure that they're flat and flush with the front surface. You can do it by hand. It really doesn't matter, but I like the fact that these are all going to be sunk to the exact same height and all uniformly square. Yeah, they're not part of the ZL kit. So the ZLT kit is twice as tall, and where the lead screws stick out of the top of the ZL kit, these basically kind of cap on and just control the waggle and oscillation of the Z-axis lead screws. They're completely unnecessary in the ZL kit. The reality is they're probably unnecessary in the ZLT kit, but when in doubt, overbuild. Those are still hot. Ow. Go figure. 300 or 400 degrees C metal thing, still hot. Then yes, Bill, that is absolutely what this machine is. It is off-the-shelf parts, stuff like that. I don't know if I'm going to finish tonight. You can feel free to call me. I can help you with profile stuff. I don't know if I'm going to finish this thing tonight or not. It's like a 14-hour build, and just may not have that in me in one sitting. But yes, this is all standard parts, and then some 3D printed pieces to hold it all together, except at this point, this machine is quickly becoming not so much 3D printed. We are very quickly replacing a lot of the aluminum, a lot of the printed parts with aluminum, which is cool. So like, for example, where'd it go? I just set it down. Here. This piece to replace this piece. Just for future. It's lighter, it's stiffer, but it's also unnecessary. This is 100% effective. This is pretty. And maybe a little stiffer. Minuscule amounts of improvement for a lot more cost and a lot more complexity. Yeah, you can absolutely source. You can source everything yourself. There's a bomb available, readily available. There's a Thingiverse project for it. Let's see here. I will just drop the link to the Google Doc in chat. Come on, load Twitch, you can do it. I don't remember. Do you have to put a nut, an insert in this back spot? I can look it up in the instructions in a second. There you go. There's the Google Doc that has the links to the bomb and the Thingiverse project at the top, and then all of the instructions for the assembly. Yeah, I think so too. I'm just double checking. Because the picture doesn't show it, but I'm pretty sure. I am like 99% sure it needs one there. This should be the last insert that has to be sunk, and then we can get on to frame assembly. All right. Now we move on to frame assembly. After the iron's cool, I will get that out of the way because this frame is freaking huge. All right. Hey, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. That's awesome. I heard the chime, but did not look over. I apologize. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that once I pulled it up. Oh, I think I need to put the I think that these need inserts also. Each electronics box corner gets one brass insert. One end is thicker. Yep. Almost done. Yeah, it was very 3D printed in the beginning, and slowly the 3D printed parts have been whittled away for the excitement of aluminum. Steve, before I make an ass out of myself, big hole, small hole. These go in the big hole, right? Dude, you don't have to dream. This thing is achievable. You could totally have one of these. And I know you got the skills to put it together, so. Yeah, isn't this color amazing? I'm so blown away at Steve and the wife plotting to make that happen. Or not Steve, Joe. Joe and the wife to make that happen. You're Steve, not Joe. God. I need more caffeine. Yeah, the wife and Joe at R3D got together behind my back and plotted to produce these. Oh no, it's stuck. Produce these in my favorite color and filament. And it was a total surprise. I had no idea it was in the box when I opened the box. Just absolutely floored. The only thing they could do to make this filament better is make it smell like grapes when it's printing. So yeah, the sticker kind of shows me where the middle of the camera is, so that I can always try and remember to work there instead of here. Because this looks better on camera. And if I tilt the camera up there more this way, so this is where it looks, you guys just have to stare at a crotch shot all day, which nobody wants. Okay, probably nobody wants. This is Polyalchemy's Nightshade. And the cameras don't do it justice. It's just amazing. It's a cool color. It's kind of metallic and pearlescent at the same time. It's just amazing. All right, all the inserts are in. Extrusion pieces. And put the 3D printed parts back in the bag so I don't lose them. All right. Come on, pictures load faster. So we need two 60s and two 425s. $425, $425, $425, and it should also be a $425. Okay, those can go down there. These should be the 460s. Yep. And these will be the other two 460s. RIP headphone users. And now I need the little square corner pieces. It is in one of these many bags of parts. Yes, building the top. Well, you're going to Murph. You'll see a ZLT in person because you're going to Murph, right? Ooh, that's crunchy. All right, so we need 8mm button head. 10, 16s, 10s, Yeah, knees that work are good. That being said, having knees replaced, not so good. But hopefully the end result is better. 3x8 buttons. Yeah, my day job is working for a place that's trying to make aftermarket kidneys. Yeah. So I work at the University of Washington in the bioengineering department. And then I need one of these. Yeah, the corner cubes are great. All right. So okay, believe that right. That is correct because I need to mark them because I didn't. Yep. I need a fine point Sharpie. Stand by. Aren't they good? They're super nice. They're cheap. They're on Amazon, and they are fantastic. I have been using them for 2 years, and I don't really have any damage on the. I don't have hardly any damage on the teeth. They just seem to be really solid. Let's see here. $8M3 into the top channel. This includes 4 spares for optional components. Come on, load faster. 8 M3 nuts. We need tons of M3 nuts. So this is the part where if you do this wrong, you regret it later. Because you have to take stuff back apart to get more things in here. Or use T-nuts. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we need 5 M3 by 10. I need more M3 by 10. Yeah, but then you got a hole drilled in your thing and it's not perfect. No, unacceptable. At that point, you've got a hole drilled in it and it's no longer perfect and you might as well just burn it in a fire. On the outside, 2. Steve, you still need 5 along the top and the bottom, but you need 7 on the verticals, correct? Because of the T? Hey, good evening. How are you? And now we need 6 of this M by 16s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy crap, we're up to 30 people. Amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now I can put another cube on here. Goes that way. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. If you guys aren't following and want to keep up with all of the weird printer or battery or electronic projects, things like that, that I'm up to on a regular basis, feel free to hit the follow button, and it will let you know when I'm around. All right, there's one. So there's some extras in here and some extras in here, so that way you can use them later instead of having to take it apart and put them back in. These are the screws that hold the side panels on, and then these are the screws that hold the Z-rails, or these are the nuts that hold, or bolts that hold the Z-rails, because this is the top piece, and the rails will attach this way. Yeah, I'm building a 3D printer. So it is quite the project, and it has many hours to go, but it's fun stuff. Let's see here. I'm missing something. There's got to be a graphic that's not loaded. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, attach the front and rear extrusions. Okay, that makes sense. So now I need another. So this will be a front. And the Sharpie, the cool thing about Sharpie on aluminum is it wipes off with rubbing alcohol. So you don't have to worry about the marks staying there. So sorry if this is a little off camera. I've got to kind of hold it in a weird position. Then we'll get it back on camera here in a second. I couldn't do this. So I'm going to flip this over because I can lay it flat on the table, and that will help align these parts so that I can get everything tightened down and still keep the extrusion square. It's not perfect because the table's not exactly flat, but it's pretty close. And that will help me keep this upper assembly square until we get the other parts put on it. All right. Now we have this. And we get 8 of these in each of the top channels. Yeah, yours probably isn't full of screws though. So it says 8, but I actually put a few extra. So 8 is already technically extra, but I'm putting in 10 just so that I don't have to maybe add more later, which means I would have to disassemble the printer. So it's easier to just put them in now as opposed to later. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of those. We'll slide that in so that they don't get knocked loose. We need 5 of the 10mm bolts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those go on the outside edge to make it very porcupine-like. 3, 4, 5. Also slide those down. And yeah, the front and the backs don't have any verticals, so they just need the top and the side. So now we're going to do the same thing on this. We're going to add 10 of these to the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll add 10 to this one. A little fiddly. 2, 3. If you look down in the bottom, there's a link to get merch for me. The Railcore shirts are in that section. It should take you right over to KnineDHP .merchminion.com, and you can pick up the Railcore shirt. The Railcore shirts help support the guys that are developing this printer, helps pay them a little bit of money for their time. Definitely not as much as they deserve, but it helps get them a little bit of a kickback from the community. 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, now we put on 2 more, or one more at least. Square. So there we go. An 8 by 3. You want to do the local pickup for the shirt because you're in the local area, or are you talking about at Murph? Yeah, I don't see why not. I think that option is enabled. Sometimes the wife doesn't enable that one. Yeah, I think the wife doesn't enable that one all the time. Because it confuses people at checkout. They're like, wait, there's a free shipping option, and then they take that. And then we have to contact, and they're like, well, it says local pickup, which means that I know you're in, New Zealand, but you're going to have to swing by and pick up your shirt. Which is fine. I'm okay with, people from New Zealand coming by to pick up their stuff, but typically it is cheaper to ship it than it is to buy airfare to get here and pick up your shirt. All right, so now we do the Yeah, so that should be front, left, back, front. Oh, I put it on upside down. I'm ahead of myself. I forgot about the linear rails. All right, so now I need the short linear rails and the slides. Guess I don't need the slides yet. So there's the linear rails. And there's the X and Y slides. Hey, thanks for the follow. These are all the same length, so it doesn't really matter which one I pick. We're gonna have 3. So you're gonna have one slide here, and one slide here, and the other one goes this way. And that's how you get your X, Y, and Z movement, is the head moves this way, and then this whole rail moves this way, and that's how you get your X and Y movement. Let's see here. I would remove the printer from that computer and reset it up on that computer. It's probably some sort of weird driver functionality that's broken. If anybody doesn't know, Merch Minion is the wife, and she's probably helping somebody with a printer problem. And then I'm helping her with the said printer problem. So one of the nice things about the R3D kit is they source these linear rails and slides for you. So you don't have to go through the hassle of trying to get good ones, because they are a pain in the butt to find good ones unless you spend tons of money for like high winds. You can get good high winds, but I've even heard of people who have sourced original high winds having rails that aren't perfect and slides that aren't perfect. All these are tested before they go out, so you don't have to. One of the biggest headaches of the BOM for this printer is sourcing the rails, and that the kit eliminates that. Typically, the kit actually, once you source everything, if you buy good quality parts, the kit ends up actually costing less than sourcing everything, self-sourcing everything anyway. So, fun trick. If these slide out, and they're all on ball bearings, if these slide out, all the ball bearings fall out of this part, and you have a bad day. Cool trick you can do: get a piece of tape and just tape around this. Once you slide it onto the rail, just tape it so that it's still and can't slide, and then it won't fall off. So don't pull this out before you have it on the rail. So you're gonna basically push this guide out with the rail like this. Then the balls can't fall out. Awesome. Yeah, that's nice and smooth, no catches. Yeah, that's beautiful. Same again, we're going to push the retaining plastic piece out, keeping a little pressure on it as it slides so that the balls can't slide out. Here again, no resistance, nice and smooth. You want to check and make sure that's all the case, because it's easier to disassemble now than it is once it's all together. So you can take it apart, clean the bearings, and lubricate everything. And then you don't have any other additional problems, but doing that at the beginning is just time saver. I save these. I save a couple of these just in case I ever need to take it apart and take these off the rail. You can use these. There's also models on Thingiverse where you can just print one of these, but if you have one, you don't need to print it. So now we need M3 8mm and an M3 nut. And this process is, you put the one in here, and you just go down. It's, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it goes in here. And then this end here. Then in theory, there is also 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 open, 4 open, 4 open. And then you just barely thread these on so that you can slide them into the rail at the front and the back. And it keeps you from having to try and line up all of these screws and washers, or these screws and nuts in the rail. You could put these nuts in the rail, put the rail on, and then try and get the screw to fit. But it's easier to just set them up like this and then slide them into the rail all as one piece. And that is all in the instructions. The instructions are really well documented. So really helpful stuff. Yep. So that's one. And now we're going to slide that into this rail right here. And it doesn't have to be perfect yet. Like, you don't have to get all the alignments and everything completely perfect, because there's a step later on where you set all of that. In fact, I'm not even going to tighten down anything but these two end ones, so there's less for me to have to do later. And then same process, one in each of these. 1, 2, 3, 4 goes there. The rails are really nice. You must have missed the part where I was talking about the really nice rails. So he's gonna Cat. He's gonna pick them up local. He's in what do you call it? Wenatchee. Oh, did he? Okay, that's fine. You could have come over and hung out in the makerspace. Yeah, stop falling out. All right, and the same process. This just slides in to this rail right here. And then just snug that up right there and here. The kit comes with a 3D printed guide to help align these, so that makes that really simple. And now, scroll, scroll, scroll. That's done. Now we add the right extrusion, which we did. And we're going to label this. Right. That goes on there. And then we do $13 nuts in the top. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and I'm going to add 2 more for good luck. And then we need, on the inside channel, we need 4 M3 nuts. 1, let's see here, that said 4, this one said 4 as well. I'm just keeping my numbers kind of matched up. So there's those. That is more than 4, but I'd rather have more than not enough. Okay, so now we need 3 16mm hex head bolts. And that is for the other Z carriage. Because there's only 1 on this side and there's 2 on that side. That's why that side gets twice as many. Those go on the bottom. Then we need 5 10mm. 3, 4, 5 for the side panel. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can go ahead and add this other cube. Make sure we put it on the right way. There we go. Oh, this is not the last stream this ZLT will be in. I have tons of plans of fun stuff to do with it on stream. All right, so now get another one of these and one of these. That goes through there, that goes through there. And this one goes on here. And we have an assembled top plate. One assembled top plate. And now the nice thing is, you still don't want this to slide all the way to the edge because the balls can still fall out. So you got to be careful with that. So this would be a good time to wrap a piece of tape around the slide so that it doesn't come loose. Doesn't have to be super secure, just needs to not fall off. It is a top plate and rails. I mean, since it's a top plate and rails and it looks like a top plate and rails, that's probably a good sign. So, next. All right, I am going to set this aside where it can be safe. And now we start on the bottom. It has more than enough cowbell already. That being said, it needs more caffeine. I actually toyed with the idea of building it like this and then putting an additional one here and here. With the other piece of extrusion coming up this way. But compared to what the side panels add, it doesn't matter. So it's just extra parts for no reason. All right, small hole facing up. There we go. So we've got back, front, right, and left. Starting with the bottom left extrusion, place a corner cube using a 3x8mm bolt, like so. Just knocked that one on the floor. It's okay, I didn't need it. Hey, we're at 30 viewers again. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. Can't believe all you guys want to hang out and watch me build a printer. It's quite a thing. So, I'm just going to kind of go around and attach one of these to each. I could do it that way, but I'm going to do it exactly as the instructions say. Because why not? All right. Top channel gets 6 M3 by 16. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4. Don't lie. You like duress. You like when duress sits on you. You like that. All right, so into the top channel gets 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I put on like all the top places where it's like there'll be 4 extra. I put like an extra 4 in those lines. On the outside channel, it gets 5 and 3 by 10s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That being said, you can have too many 3 millimeter by 10 millimeter bolts on the outside edge, because then your panels will be really unhappy. Two, 3, 4, 5 of those. All right. Inside channel gets 4 M3 nuts. Oh yeah, the muffin tin. The other thing to keep an eye out for, and I think you can get them other places, the company that makes these is called Super Stacker. They're dirt cheap. I got them at Walmart for $1 each. I think we bought 50 that day. They stack, they have latches, they have lids, and this lip overlaps on both sides, so crap doesn't fall out of them, even if it's like really little screws or washers. These are great. When I'm done with the tin, all of these bag labels, I'm going to peel them and I'm going to put them on the top here, and I'm going to put the appropriate screws in them, and then I will have them stored away until I can get up the nerve to order the screw and nut and bolt organizer that Adam Savage uses, but those come from Germany and they're way too much money. So yeah. All right, on the inside channel, that's bottom channel, bottom channel, bottom channel. Inside channel gets 4 M3s. 2, 3, 4, plus an additional 6. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 4 required plus an extra 6 more for good measure. And the bottom is where things are a little more complicated and they have to have stuff in order. What is Project Blue Book? I'm not familiar with Project Blue Book. So this one is 1 M3 by 16. And then 3 M3 by 10. One, two, three, M3 by 10. And then one more M3 by 16. So you end up with this on the bottom. So it's 6 of the 16s on top, and then 2 of the 16s on the outside with 3 of the 10s on the inside. And that completes the front left side. So we can put the cube on it. The downside of stainless steel hardware, doesn't stick to anything. So and then I'm going to use the desk here again to help square this up when I tighten it. Okay, so there's my left. Now we go to add the front and back That's why we can't have nice things. So that one goes on there. Yeah, working on the bottom right now. And then we'll make it tall, and then it won't really fit underneath the camera as well, and it'll be all awkward and hard to move around. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Slide this over so that I can get to it from the side. Have it square before I tighten it down. Rotate this over here, so same thing, get it all square and even. The side panels will pull all this square and even anyway, but that's all right. Oh, this? Yeah, kind of depends on where I'm working and camera angle and yeah. All right, so there's that. And then it's place 5 M3 by 10 hex head bolts in the outside channel of the bottom extrusion. So, nope, gotta go in the extrusion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that is a 16. 4, 5 of those. In the bottom channel, it gets 1 16. And this is to hold the bottom foot. So it gets 1/16, and then it gets 3 10s and then a 16. I don't remember what the 3 10s are for. I'll get there. On the bottom. Oh, those are for the side panels. Never mind. Or the bottom panel. Never mind. 2, 3, and then another 16. And that's it for that. And then it's going to be the same thing in the front. A 16. Three 10s. Bottom, bottom, 1/16, 3 10s, a 16, yeah, 3 10s, 2 third 10, and a 16. And then it gets 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 10s in the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 10s in the front. That should be it. Now I can attach this square here. Did you not have the screws in them to attach them? I mean, mounting tape works fine, but still kind of funny. And then I'm going to use just something square and solid. I'm just going to use this piece of aluminum to square up this edge. And then this one here, it's a screw. Okay, so there's that. And then in the top channel, it gets 3 16s. On the inside, it gets way too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 3 nuts. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's the 10, which is more than is required, but it's easier to put them in now than later. And then the outside should get 5 of the M3 by 10. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then on the bottom, I believe it is 116. And then 3 10s. 1, 2, 3 10s, and a 16. And then I can bolt that to this. Here again, use a square, flat piece of something to try and keep this as square as possible when I'm tightening it up. And then last one goes back here, and that will be the bottom frame complete. So that should be the bottom frame complete. Now, for at least a few minutes, we're going to use the amazing purple feet. We're not going to attach them to anything. We're just going to kind of use them as a stand. Like so. Yeah, but your purple feet aren't all metallic and amazing like my purple feet. All right, I'm going to move this over slightly because it's kind of in the way. And also, I can get rid of this soldering iron since I don't need it anymore. not need to be in my way. Steve, did you hear the story of how I ended up with purple feet for this thing? Or with purple parts for this thing? There we go. Perfect. Tell the story. I can tell the story. Once upon a time, there was purple filament, and it was amazing. I saw it in a Joel video. It was a filament that he used printing a wine rack in one of his videos, and he kind of used it in passing and mentioned that it was a neat color. And I got to see it in person. And I kind of fell in love with the color. A, because purple is the best color, but B, because this is like purple plus extra awesome, if that's believable. And when I was building the ZL, it came with red parts, the atomic cherry red, which looks really good. But I mentioned in the live stream that this would look really good in purple. And the wife, behind my back during that live stream, contacted Joe at R3D and organized to have all of the red parts printed in this Polyalchemy Nightshade purple. And it showed up, and I had no idea it was coming. So I opened the box, and it was just mind-blowing, like, amazing. The wife's awesome. So anyway, that's the story. Yes, starts with an amazing wife, or once upon a time. Now, I need these. Yeah, she's okay. Her cheeseburger to every other type of dinner ratio is a little bit low, but that's okay. Nothing's wrong with cheeseburgers. They're amazing. What I meant was that the ratio of cheeseburgers to all of the other types of dinner is a little bit low on ratio. Purple is the best color. There is no question about it. There's nothing to agree to. It is a fact. It's like gravity. It's a thing. It just exists. Yeah, that's going to be a big printer. Well, you could switch it up with hot dogs. That'd be okay too. Uh-oh. There's a problem. Some dum-dum did not put one of these on the right way. It very clearly in the instructions says to make sure the little hole points up. Yeah, that pretty much sounds like a fantastic way to live. You said heavy rotation. The proper term for that would be heavenly rotation. That is true. You could pretty much live on nothing but sushi. I can do without the blue cheese. I don't mind a salad. Salads are fine. Blue cheese, not my favorite. If it smells like feet, I'm not supposed to eat it. Shiro's. I don't think I've been to that one. Is it? I'm assuming by the name it's a sushi place. Parmesan cheese doesn't smell like feet. A dash of feet? That's funny. Uh-oh. The viewer count went down. Quick. Somebody tweet the stream. They do weird stuff with cheese. They make a cheese that's got maggots in it. Like literally there's maggots in the cheese. No thanks. All right, so that, other than the fact that it is backwards, wait, that link is funky. Where's it going? All right, now you're gonna make me click a thing. Oh, okay, that's neat. I didn't know you could even do that. Woohoo! The Ken 4 VoIP status, blah, 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 made it look funny. All right, so now, I believe you put the top on it as I break everything. All right, if you're building the ZLT, this is one of the differences. Put 7 bolts on the outside channels of the upper extrusions instead of 5. So, front channel left, front channel front. 5, 5, 5. Okay, so it is 7 10mm bolts. Yes, barking pony. Speaking of barking pony, where did it go? I'm just going to grab a bunch of these, and then we're going to stand up and drop them all down the extrusion. Yes, I like the idea of a. By the way, that is a. You keep asking me to come up with shirt ideas. You can totally make a barking pony shirt for my merch shop. It would be that's like a pub sign. Yeah, would totally do that. So yeah, tall printer. You guys can count the tinks. Not that one. See you later, man. Have a good one. 2. 4, 5, 6, 7. And spin. One, two. Battery in the lav mic died. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so those batteries weren't new, and they lasted 5 hours and 43 minutes. Welcome back. Hey, thanks for the sub. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Was that a Twitch Prime? No, that's a tier 1. Holy crap, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, amazing. Awesome. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anybody who doesn't know, if you have a Twitch account and you tie it to what do you call it? And you tie it to, or if you have an Amazon Prime account and you tie it to your Twitch, you get a free sub every month that you can give to any streamer of your choice. And if you don't use it, Jeff Bezos keeps the money, and he doesn't need more money. So give it to somebody that's cool. Woohoo! Thank you for the bits. Thank you. And Italy, huh? What time is it where you're at? All right, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and 6, and 6. Okay. Those are not necessary, but they came recommended from Tony to put those in. There's even an optional note in here. He says he added 4. I added 6. It's kind of 6 in one, half a dozen the other. I figured it's taller. A few extra wouldn't hurt anything. Let's see here. yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah. So what's cool about it, and the downside is it's about as tall as it can possibly be, is that I built that yesterday. It's just some lights and a tripod and a plant hook. It's kind of cobbled together, but it works so good. And when you're working on, what do you call it? When you're working on smaller stuff, you can do this. And now you have much less distance. And if you need it longer, you can actually even extend these and extend this rope. You can get this whole thing down to like this much space. But this printer is so tall, it's going to have to be all the way up. And it still might not fit. Yeah, that works pretty well. I'm happy with the way that turned out. Also, Rhinoceros of Doom. All right, let's see here. Attach the top. I can do that. There are things over here. All right, the front is the front. The front of this is the front. Yeah, see, I have to like tilt it down to go over the camera right now, or the camera right now. Almost doesn't fit. Doggone it. Oh, I don't like you anymore. There we go. I'm not going to make those tight yet. Yeah, I'm going to have to probably shorten that, and I'm still not sure it's going to be short enough. So, yeah. We'll see. We may have to rearrange where that camera is and shorten it and those kind of things before we get too far along. Yeah, because the arch out of the print, the hot end is going to come probably this high. So this is going to have to come down at some point. But it's starting to be printer shaped. Now we spin it back around. Oh no, harmonics. I saw it. They were there. It's a real thing. Okay, so I have an idea. I'm going to turn off the what will shortly be earthquake cam. Goop. And loosen these. Ooh, camera doesn't want to stay. There we go. Will it work? Turn there. Yeah. That gets me a little more distance. Oh, the feet. Doggone it. So I think the printer is going to go on one of these gray bins right here. Oh, quick room tour if anybody wants to see. Computer, streaming rig, light, light, more lights, more lights. All of the lights. All right, so I'm gonna hop up here. there's two. Try and not die, because that's overrated. Oh, there's the barking pony. Okay, now we have a little more vertical room. Perfect. For ease of sticking feet on this thing, that was tricky to do. So I ended up having to kind of cobble it together. And that was done with parts from a place that buys old, like, closing businesses. And it was done with their help trying to find the right pieces. And I kind of just cobbled it together from universal desk mount stuff. I am just putting a bolt in each foot to keep it from falling off. Oh, you guys probably want to see what I'm doing, not the ceiling. That will be much better. Now they won't fall off all the time when I'm moving stuff around, or if I pick it up or whatever. I'll have to take them off when I put the bottom panel on, which is not too far away, but it's all right. There we go. Much better. All right, Z brackets. We don't need Y parts yet. Soon, though. I have extra lav mics if needed. Lav mic batteries. All right. X carriage, corners and mortar mounts, Z yokes, L brackets, I believe that's these. Yeah. X carriage set. Six bases, 3 right uprights, 3 left uprights, and screws. So I believe these take a little bit of assembly, so I'm going to set this aside. And come back in here. I can turn back on the top down. Yeah, still streaming. Not stopping yet. Cat might be nice and bring home like fried chicken or something on her way so we can continue to stream and I can just snack on the occasional potato wedge and or chicken part. No. Oh man, I gotta use regular Allen keys. Lame. I don't have to do any such thing. Regular Allen keys are for plebs. Oh, interesting. Still gonna have to use regular Allen keys. Because I don't have the in-between size I need for that one. Guess I'm a pleb. Hold on. Are these American? I bet these are American. What? How is that even possible? It's a 3.5 maybe? But that is also going to be really close to a 9/64. Close enough. $9/64. When he comes back, I'm going to give him a hard time because he deserves it. All right, so I need that one will go that way, which means all right. So that's going to be that one. So that's a top. That will be. Oh, question is. Okay, Steve, you have built these before. They are not centered. Do they need to be high or low, or does it matter? Because these aren't in the instructions because they're an aftermarket add-on part. Because you've got the 4 holes and they're not centered, so they need to be up high or they need to be down low. If I had to guess, it looks like they need to be low. So this one needs to get flipped over. Or Now I can put the printer back up here, since it's going to be a one at a time build. Let's see here. So we need 3, 3, and it's going to be so that, and then okay, so 15 millimeters sticking up from like so. Versus this way where it would stick up less. Oh, did you send me a picture? Where did you send me the picture? Messenger, probably. Ah. Yep, got it. Okay, so that goes like so. And then this goes like so. Okay, so it's got to be even with the top rail, which should be that way. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, got it. So it will go on like so. Just like that. Okay, then I will tighten that down and we'll call it good. Yeah, the mirror image for over here. Yep. Question is, I didn't have enough room on the 3D printed ones, but I think these are slightly thinner. I think I can use the lock nut washers on these instead of the non-locking ones. I probably have enough of them. What do you want, Squeaky Pony? Do you want to go outside? Okay, stand by. Dog needs to do the outside thing. Oh, I can use my thing. Be right back. Also, you guys can probably still hear me. Dogs, you're interrupting. Just because you're going outside does not mean it's dinner time. Are you better now? Okay. So, you're referring to why I picked this printer? Okay, so this printer is kind of unique. It's my third printer. I'm not sure it's a good, I don't think it's a good first printer. It could be if you're mechanically oriented and understand some of that stuff. It's a very technical build, but if you can follow instructions and things like that, it's not hard, it's just technical. And it's a lot of steps and things like that, but it offers a few features that don't really exist on other printers. So a lot of printers do bed compensation, so bed level compensation, where they hold on, doing things. Okay, so they do bed level compensation where they probe the bed, and then the software adjusts the Z height as it's printing to try and keep the nozzle quote unquote level. And this printer, when it goes around and it probes at the beginning, it actually levels the bed. It physically levels the bed because, yeah, instead of automatically adjusting and warping the print, or the print itself, the bottom layer of the print itself, so that it's warped to match the bed, this actually levels the bed, so it doesn't have those issues. That enables you, that extra precision enables you to print. And if you have questions, Steve, here in chat is one of the developers of this printer. So it enables you to get a whole extra level of precision, which means as you print along, you're more accurate to start, you get better bed adhesion, you get a more accurate first layer, you can print a finer first layer, you're not, and you can also, because it's truly level, you can print much lower layer heights. This printer is extremely rigid because of the way it's constructed. So there's panels that will go over all of these open spaces that will make the printer itself very rigid, so that as you're printing, even if you're printing quickly, it doesn't flex and move all over the place. That allows you to really print at a higher rate at a higher resolution at the same time. If you're familiar with 3D printing, Joel Telling, 3D Printing Nerd on YouTube, did a review of this printer. And it's a very unique printer. I'm not sure it would be, if somebody was new to me and came to me and said, I need a 3D printer, I've never 3D printed before, I don't think this would be the printer I'd recommend unless they were the kind of person that wants this kind of a project. I think the skipping is just on your end, dear. Stream quality, yeah, stream quality looks good here. So now I'm going to point the camera down here, and oh, you should have told me I was zoomed out. So this printer allows you more precision, a faster print speed than average by a good chunk, and be able to maintain. Lots of printers can print fast. Not a lot of printers can print pretty and fast at the same time. Yeah, this is a very unique, strange printer in comparison to everything else. It's still a Core XY. It's still a RepRap based printer. It's still open source. It's all of those things that the community really believes in. It's just kind of everything turned up. It's not a cheap printer. Holy cow, thanks for the subscription. You're awesome. It's not a cheap printer for sure. And it's not a quick printer to put together. I've been assembling this printer for the last, looking for the timer, 6 hours and 24 minutes. 6 hours and 24 minutes. And I am nowhere near done. But that's okay, because the assembly is, for me, a large portion of the enjoyment out of the process. I like this. I like the tinkering. I like the mechanical building, stuff like that. You can get prints at a quality out of a 0.2 nozzle that a lot of printers have a problem out of a 0.1. Like start to finish from complete loose parts, like how I was. Yeah, this is the Railcore 300 ZLT. That's correct. This is the kit from R3D. And the nice thing about the kit is you don't have to source. It takes all of the sourcing headache out of the equation, which is one of the things that kept me from doing this earlier in the year, or starting and doing these things sooner, is I just didn't have the time to source all of this, all of these parts by myself. Yeah, so it's tall. I'm pretty sure you guys saw it. It's way up there. So it's a big printer. Here's, arm for comparison. Big printer. I like the fact that with these aluminum parts, I can use lock nuts on them. That just makes me happy. Yeah, you can use all of the plastic in one print now. I did a calculation once. If you printed a 300 by 300, if you printed a 400 by 400 by 400 cube, which is the biggest printer I had previously, is the CR10 S4. So for 3D software, I use Fusion 360. For a slicer, I use a combination of Cura and Simplify 3D are my two go-tos. There are others. There are lots of good slicers out there. And I'm kind of slicer agnostic. I don't think there's not always a best slicer for any particular application. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. I have seen slicers take the same file, and because they handle it slightly differently, get very different results. And all they did is, slicer PE. It's weird. Sometimes, if you're having trouble with a print, try just slicing it in a different slicer. Like if you're using Simplify 3D and you just can't get a part to come out right, dump it into Cura or dump it into any of the others, and sometimes it makes all the difference. And they're working on profiles for all of the different slicers, or at least all of the mainstream slicers. So, what other questions do you have? I'm more than happy to answer. I don't want to ramble on stuff that you might already know. I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm sure that there are other people in chat that know even Steve, being one of the developers of this machine, can answer. If you've got questions, that's the right guy to have in the channel. I print a little bit of like engineering parts. I print toys and tinkery things. I print drone parts and camera parts. Mostly functional stuff, not as many like toy parts. So things like, drone mounts and camera mounts and things like that. Yeah, Simplify 3D's manual support placement is really good. All right, there's that one. Now we wait for the next page to load. Well, this one's not a resin printer. It's a filament-based printer. Some of the resins are toxic, and I work with those at work. So PLA doesn't... Pony, stop it. PLA and stuff's not too bad. if you get into printing some of the other materials, hey, Bjorn, quit. No, enough. No. Nobody needs to hear you. I think they want me to add the rails on that now, but I'm actually going to mount the other one on the other side first. Yes, that was the barking pony. Okay, so they go to the front. It really depends on budget as much as anything else. You can get really inexpensive printers that are very good for a first printer. The Prusa's are great. They're a little more money than some of the inexpensive Chinese-made ones. I have a CR10, and it works great. It has, however, taken me a lot of fiddling to get it to the point where I'm happy with it. Whereas this printer, once you assemble it, which I guess technically is a lot of fiddling, the Prusas are a great first choice. If it's not out of your budget, the Prusas are a great, absolutely great first choice. First printer. I mean, I hate to turn you away from one of these because these things are just outstanding. But I'm not sure it's a great first printer. It's a great second printer. I would say it's even a great first printer for somebody who's technical and engineering minded and likes tinkering and likes just having something to play with and do. If you want a printer that just, you basically plug it in and you hit the print button and it makes a part. Some of the pre-built printers, but you pay a premium for them. Things like, I have an Ultimaker 3. It's a great printer. It's way too much money. I can buy 2 of these for what an Ultimaker 3 costs. And this is a better printer. I mean, in my opinion, this is a better printer. It will print a nicer quality product. Yeah, so you're right. The CR10's got the Chinese lottery thing going for it. And you might get a good one, or you might get a bad one. And most of them are good, but some of them are not. The Ultimaker original, all of the Ultimakers have been good printers. They're really solid. My first printer was an Ultimaker 3 Extended. But that being said, it was $3,500 for a first printer. The Prusa is technically a kit. You can order it fully assembled, but it's technically a kit. But the instructions are basically perfect, and it's not a difficult kit. Yeah, the original Ultimaker is really good, but here again, it's a lot of money for a printer that's that old. It doesn't have a lot of the features. Yeah, like I said, everybody's saying the same thing. If the Prusa is inside your budget, it's a perfect first choice. Yeah, don't get an A8. The A8 will burn your house down. Nobody wants that. That being said, the first generation Ultimaker is ugly too. And there's something about I do have a thing for nice looking stuff. Yeah, so 3D printers do have inherent risks. They're electrical appliances that are moving with extremely hot parts. And if there's a problem with it, you can do things like burn your house down. So you got to be careful with them. It's highly recommended to, especially in the beginning, don't print with the printer unattended. Make sure you have things like a fire extinguisher. Most of your rooms should have a fire extinguisher anyway, because it's important. At a minimum, put a smoke alarm in the room with your 3D printer, preferably right over your 3D printer. If your 3D printer is inside of an enclosure, put the smoke detector inside the enclosure. Sometimes just an extra minute is enough time to keep you from having a problem. And odds are you won't have a problem, but just in case, it would suck to, have easy things you can do. Better to not need it and have something happen than to have a problem. This spot right here on the desk, you can't see it right now. That's from a battery fire. So I do a lot of stuff with batteries and things like that. That was a battery fire. I didn't need a fire extinguisher. I had all the things I needed to do to keep it under control and not have a problem. But it could have been bad, especially if I wasn't here or didn't have it attended. So just play it safe and you'll be fine. Hey, what's up, Duo? How you doing, man? Man, we've been holding strong right around the upper 20s all day. That is awesome. You guys are amazing. All right, get this out of the way. All right, now we're gonna need these. And we're going to need some caffeine. Yeah, it would be nice to have that second thermistor for watchdog purposes. All right, scroll up. All right, time for the long linear rails. Those are some significant rails. I've been toying with the idea of a thermal camera stop mode or thermal camera time lapse inside the printer to watch the part print and cool. I think that would be interesting. Oops, sorry for all the noise. I think that actually hooked on the mic. I apologize for that. Yeah, you can get relatively inexpensive thermal cameras nowadays, and I've thought pretty seriously about basically making a lot of people put a webcam on their 3D printer. I thought it would be interesting to put a thermal camera instead of a webcam on it. Hey, Kat, are you still in chat? Ooh, that was close. That one almost fell out. The other thing that I'm going to be working on in the near, I say near, might be 6 months or a year out. But I will be acquiring a high-speed camera. So I thought it would be fun to play with some high-speed stuff. Jeff called. If you wouldn't mind either calling him or texting him, see if you can help him. He asked for me specifically in a text message, and I am busy, and he can wait. Okay, no worries. So we're going to do, how many is this going to take? It's going to take a bunch. There's a little piece of me that wants to put a bolt and nut in every one of these holes, but I'm not going to. Oh yeah, not looking at anything. There we go. I can also do this. As I break things. That camera stopped. One second, trying to fix the B camera. I don't know how to make it restart that camera. Okay, that works. Well, that's kind of annoying. There we go. Yeah, fixed it. Yeah, that's a pretty tough piece of glass. I dinged the front of my computer though. That's annoying. When it hit, it ran these into it and scratched the front. Brand new. That's annoying. Oh well, stuff's only new once, right? Hey, man. Good evening. Good to see you. Glad you could make it. So I've got a part I need to print for this printer once the printer works. I gotta get it printing so I can print a part for itself. But I happen to know what material it's going to come out of. Can you guess what it's going to be, Mr. Tinkerdork? One linear rail. Wonder if I have any more of these M3 by 0.5 nuts. I am going through them mighty quick. No. I'll give you a hint. It comes on a just shy of a 3 kilogram spool. And it's black. And it's full of carbon and fibers. And then at some point I need to print a gnome. Because I've never actually printed a gnome. Yeah, like a garden gnome. It's a Protopasta's mascot, their test print. Oh, I was going to say it's black and full of fibers and carbon. Yeah, no worries. I actually streamed assembling the printer that Joel reviewed as well, but it rolled off the timeline. So I'm the one who built the printer that Joel reviewed. Yes, carbon fiber. I got a 3 kilogram spool of Protopasta carbon fiber. I'm super excited. The build itself isn't bad. The instructions are exceptional. And it's all pretty logical, the assembly and stuff. So it's really not too bad no matter what. But the instructions are really good, and Steve and Tony are accessible. So if you really do run into something where you're stuck, you can reach out to them, especially on the Facebook group, and either somebody at the Facebook group or Steve or Tony or probably both will answer almost any question. And they've been a great resource. I would say if you're comfortable with this kind of a project, dude, pull the trigger. This thing's awesome. Do it. Order one. Like, stop watching my stream and go buy one. It's totally worth it. And then you come back and watch the stream some more. Or do both. Because it's the internet and tabs exist. I don't typically peer pressure, but I have no problem endorsing something I believe in. So, okay, so if I scroll up, can you see the chat from the beginning of the vlog? Hey, just because I buy you video games I want you to play doesn't mean it's peer pressure. It's because I love you. If you can scroll up, there is a link, an Amazon link to an M3 tap for aluminum, machine tap for aluminum, way up. That's from what do you call it? 713 posted the link, so I would trust the source of which one's good. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh, is that the same one? Cool. Yep. Yeah, that's the one that, because the ones I have are for steel, and they kind of get the chip. They get full of chips, and they kind of suck after a very short period of time. Those clear chips much better than being designed for aluminum, and that should work really well. Do you have one of these coming, dude? I have a few extra parts, but this is a mostly standard ZLT kit. So I've got the mag bed, and I've got some other parts I'll be adding on later, like the aluminum Y garage. But this is basically a standard kit, a standard 300 ZLT kit. The only main difference between the ZL and the ZLT is the height. The kits come with a slightly different set of parts. They do the exact same thing, but the ZLT benefits more from some of the rigidity of a few of the aluminum parts than the ZL because it's not as quite as flexible, it being smaller. So this has a few extra aluminum parts that the ZLTs don't, or that the ZLs do not. This is the part where I spilled ball bearings all over the place. That's nice. I like the ZLT kit. It's totally unnecessary, but it's pretty cool to have. Hey, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, they are kind of like Pokemon. You got to have all of them. So, like the ZLT comes with some aluminum parts that the ZL does not, or at least it did not when I ordered it before. So those are from what do you call it? Mandala Roseworks. So those are really nice. These are the mounts for the bed. Instead of being printed, they're all aluminum and beautiful. Yeah, and if you're still watching in what I'm guessing is probably another hour or two, I will be using said wire harnesses. But like, this is the one that goes, so this end goes at the hot end, and this end goes into the control box. And it's all nice and neat, and it has shrink wrap, and does all the things it needs to do. It's really nice. I mean, there's still a bunch of wires. Don't get me wrong. There's still a whole lot of pieces to put together. But ground wire. So these are the wires for the stepper motors. They're all sleeved and nice. This is limit switch, also sleeved. It's really nice it's just a nice touch. All the wires are labeled, and they all have ferrules on them, so they don't fray as you're wiring them. It's really well put together. It's all stuff you could do and you could source and things like that, but the reality is the sourced parts cost as much as the kit, and the kit comes with a bunch of extra perks, so why not just get the kit? A few extra pieces. The touchscreen control interface. I'm going to put the camera up. This time I'm going to try and not knock it over. All right, those are done. M3x16 plus a piece of extrusion and a piece of tape. Because if you stand this up and this carriage slides off, you'll be sad. Because it's a pain in the butt to put all the balls back in it. So I will go four inches in. This will require fine tuning later, but for now this will work. There we go. That should be relatively square. Check and make sure I still need, because the aluminum the difference in the aluminum width, make sure the 16 is still required. Yep, looks good. So we need 8 16mm bolts. No escaping. Oh, bummer. Tape's in the way. That's right. We'll just go with it. Ow, that was my toe. 1, 2. Oh no, stay. There we go. Sorry for blocking the view. Had to get those started. Bjorn, shush. Hush. There must be somebody here or outside. You're loud. No one on the stream wants to hear you. All right, dog muted, kinda. Did who call you no one? Yeah, he's a good dog. He's making sure that none of the burglars and arsonists burn the house down. That is his job all the time. He is constantly making sure that we are not burgled. Because he is pretty certain at all times that someone is trying to burgle us. Now you can't see the bottom. Printer's too tall. I mean, not that that's really a thing, but... And there's 27 people talking. No one's chatting. What do you guys think? What about the stream? What would improve the stream? What can I do to keep things more entertaining, or what would you guys like out of the stream going forward? Because I'm still learning and still trying new things. Besides a different host, because that ain't gonna happen. You're stuck with ugly old me. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. Next, more tape. If you tip these up, I'm going to reiterate this. If you tip these up while the carriages are on them like this and it falls off, you are going to be a sad panda. So don't do that. Hopefully I have enough vertical. Yeah, barely. It goes all the way to the ceiling. Aw, man. Doesn't quite fit. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, you're right. I did put that on sideways, didn't it? No wonder it was a pain in the butt to go on. Thank you. Good catch. Would have saved me a bunch of time later. There we go. Yeah, it's hard to, like, the camera pointing thing, it's hard to keep track of where cameras are and think and assemble stuff all at the same time. I think what I might do is move the camera back a little bit. So it's not quite such a small field of view. And I think that might help. more of those M3x16s. Gone through like 2 bags of these. Let's see here. I'm actually making pretty good progress on it now. The mechanical assembly part's easy, at least for me. It's the part I'm most comfortable with. It's the firmware and stuff that's trickier for me. I'm not as good at that part. Yeah, it's not particularly bad. It's just I've only ever put the firmware and stuff into the Duet one time, so I'm gonna have to revisit how all of that goes. This time I will try and put it on correctly. Where'd it go? There it is. The hard part's going to be putting the side panels on, because that many screws all getting lined up is going to suck. Also, it's going to make everything harder to see. All right. All right. That is starting to look like a printer. All right. Rails on. Yeah, lining all those screws up sucked. That's done. Put it in the extrusion. Put on the Z brackets. Side panel installation. Ugh. Yeah, 7 on each side. So 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. More 7s. All the 7s. So we're at the side panel part. So I guess we start with that. Let's do the back first. I'm gonna lay this down, I think, for this. Because I think I can actually get it, not quite, almost get it across the thing. Hey, it almost looks like a normal size printer now, except it's really long. All right. So you want me to do the bottom first? Yeah, it wants me to do the bottom first. It means I need to take the feet off. I thought that was the case. No, there are not torque specs in the guides. They're M3 bolts, so yeah, ZLT. Just like ZL, but T is in tall. All right. So now there's 5 on each side. And this is, I believe, yeah, this is the last opportunity to tighten these screws down. Just make sure they're snug. So in the instructions, they mention that because of all these screws sticking down, that if you put the feet on it, they can hang and it sits more stable during the rest of the assembly. So you just slip them on and put like one nut on them to keep them in place. And then you can build the rest of the frame and then you just pop them off to put the bottom panel on. Front. I'm going to grab a not ceramic pair of tweezers. So I'm just going through and kind of lining all of these up as I go to try and get it all to fall in place. And there are a couple. These corner ones stick through enough that once you get them all on, you can throw that on it. Holy cow, you guys are slowly filling the little tip baggy thing up. That's awesome. Not the tip thingy, the cheer, the bits bag. The top down is kind of boring right now, huh? You can see the reflection of all the little studio lights. There we go. More nuts. All the nuts. So many. It's kind of funny. You don't need the lock nuts on this, but I think they look nice, so it's a nice touch. Oh, I guess I don't need the ones on the feet anymore. Yep, we're up to the bottom now. Putting the bottom together. So, slow but steady. The 16s are not quite long enough for the threads to get into the nylon on these nylock nuts, but because they dig into the HDPE plastic, they lock down. They lock anyway, so they're not going anywhere. They won't rattle loose or anything. Could be buffering. I'm only seeing 0.6% frame drop, so it should be okay. And most of that was from earlier. It's still kind of bleeding down. I've only dropped 4,000 frames all day, which is pretty decent. If you just hit the reload button, it should reload, and you'll be able to catch back up. With the thickness of this HDPE, you almost can't get the nuts on these 16 millimeter bolts. And the dog's being loud again. Dog, you're loud and obnoxious. Are there noises? Escapee. I love these purple feet. All the purple parts. Oh, that would be why he was making noise, because Amanda's home. Cat's home, which means maybe dinner's home? Sounds like dinner's home. Woohoo! Dinner's home! It's starting to look like a printer.
It is starting to look like a printer. Here, can you give me a hand?
I will, 1 second. Okay. I gave you a hand. Okay. You can come in and visit and say hi to people and stuff if you want.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, if you want to sit, do you want to sit up here? Do you want to? You can sit up here and eat and chat and.
I will hang out.
Okay. I will even unmute the mic over here. Okay, so I haven't done this before. Does this give me a weird echo, or does it sound strange? I can't print a thing yet. Okay, good, because that means that when Kat sits down for snacks and to talk to you guys and keep an eye on chat, she can talk because her mic is unmuted. The mic over there is unmuted. So, can't print a thing yet. It's not done. It's coming. It's getting there. Also, Bjorn would like you to know weird,
Yawn squeak.
big, loud dog noises.
Hi, bud. I acknowledge your existence. Yes. Oh, you're gonna slobber my shirt right before I go sit down? Thanks. Great. Wow, those are tall panels. Holy smokes.
Yeah. They suck to put on.
Okay. Yes, Bad Dream, I am his wife and I am a gamer.
That is the wife that arranged for these amazing purple parts. So, little secret. Yes, the barking pony. Oh, here. All right, Bjorn, you can come in.
Come say hi. Oh, as I get slobbered.
It's upside down. That won't do.
Is that gonna work? You are running out of cord. Hi, Bjorn. Oh my god, stop! You're sliming. Ew. Well, now I look like somebody just peed all over my shirt. Thanks, bud. Now you're upside down.
No, I am upside down. How do I do this?
Do you want me to just flip it in OBS?
Yeah, flip it in OBS.
Make it easy on you? Okay, so that's the Brio. Can you not flip the Brio? You could flip the 920.
Yeah, you have to do it in, I think it's video configure.
That's where I just was.
And then camera control. And then cancel.
It's interesting that the Brio doesn't have all the options that the 920 did. Flip vertically, but you can't flip horizontally. So that's left to right flip. There we go. You forget about.
Dog, you're in the way.
Steve, we can see you.
Hey, Steve. Yes, we can see you. What's up? Why testing? Why are we testing?
He can't see chat.
You can't see chat? Reload your thingy. Hit the reload button and just reload the whole deal.
See, now he's perfectly calm now that he's right in the middle of the floor.
Yeah. Also,
So he can be in the way.
the other one came in.
Yep, she's hiding under the desk. Hi, Miss Nia. I'm gonna move these so you can be seen.
Floof. Hi, Floof.
Go say hi to everybody.
These are our doggos.
Your chair's so tall. Oof. For anybody into ASMR, I'm about to ruin everything by opening the Taco Bell wrappers.
If you want to mute your mic, just slide that down. Okay. This one right here. And then put it back to right there. Or actually, you could just hit that button. If you press this button right here, it mutes.
That works.
So. Oh! Camera cord.
Hey, Steve, that's awesome.
What? Oh, cool.
The thing.
Sweet.
28mm mini. He printed with the 0.2 nozzle.
Damn.
That's awesome.
There we go.
Tiny little bit of stringing between the crossbow and the.
That's like one.
Head,
it's like one string.
Hey,
you can't complain about one string.
But that's awesome. It's very smooth. I approve.
So.
That's a cat hair. Okay.
You guys, are these in the instructions? I haven't read far enough ahead to know if these are in the instructions or not. Also, cats are the devil. Dogs are better.
Okay, well, I'm gonna sit here and eat. So.
Well, you sit here and eat them.
I brought you chicken tenders.
I know, because you're awesome.
SWK dogs are better than cats. I can't argue that.
I think all of these sides are all the same. So.
So how did you get your chat and activity feed in your OBS window?
It is a part of that stream thing that you found.
Yeah, stream elements.
Yeah, it's a thing that it does.
Well, cool.
It's called Ground Control, I think. It's a plugin.
I approve of that.
Yeah, it's great because you can leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really nice.
So you can monitor your video, make sure stuff works.
Without having, yeah, I don't have to have 17 windows open.
Yeah, I was looking at adding another monitor to mine downstairs earlier today, so I could do that. Now I know I don't have to. Sweet.
Square these, you mean? You mean square them this way? Yeah, you got to get the frame square, and then you can square these once the frame is square. Because right now, if I square these and then put the panel on, the panel will flex the frame, and then they're not square again. Or at least that's the way I understand that it's supposed to work.
Oh, that's awesome. You got a tier 1 sub earlier.
I did.
I missed that.
You weren't here.
I know. I was lurking, though, when I could be.
I also got a bunch of tips or cheers in the cheer thingy.
Your bag's getting full. I had to poke myself in the face with chicken.
See, now it's a stream for people who like building stuff and people who like watching girls eat.
Mm-hmm. Except I'm not facing a camera and I'm not some skinny little Asian chick.
Yeah, well, skinny Asian chicks suck anyway. I mean, unless they're a skinny Asian chick in the chat, then they're awesome. I'm just jealous because they're skinny. See, he's loud and obnoxious most of the time, and then he does this. I'm flat.
Yep, 2 settings. 90 miles an hour and dead. The SWK says it's lunar eclipse time in the eastern part of North America.
Oh, cool. That is not the right panel.
The sky's relatively clear tonight here. I wonder if we'll have any visibility.
He said Eastern. That's not us.
I know. That doesn't mean we won't necessarily be able to see.
That's a front. That's a side.
Yeah, 713 says the whole USA could see it tonight. Sweet.
Wow, that panel is super scratched up.
We'll have to go out and look later. Peter Z says the Simpsons summed up his opinion of lunar eclipse very well. And here's a YouTube link.
Hey, I heard there's a lunar eclipse tonight. Maybe we should look up.
Nah, for me it's solar or nothing.
That's awesome.
we went to fun story. We went to Madras, Oregon for the solar eclipse last year, and that was probably one of the coolest things I've ever done.
Yeah.
Did you say it's -1? Screw that.
Ooh.
It's like what, 55 out?
Yeah.
And raining? Because it's always raining.
Nope, it's not raining right now.
Wow, it's not even raining?
Nope.
Somebody broke Seattle.
We had a little bit of a rain shower earlier. It lasted all like 5 minutes. It was kind of nice. 713 says that it'll be about 9:12 is total coverage for tonight. We'll have to go watch.
But I don't have a wireless camera to broadcast it for everyone.
No, but we do have a DSLR to get good pictures.
You and your wacky ideas. We could fly the Mavic really, really high.
I'm not sure you could get that high, dear.
If we fly it high enough, we can get pictures of it actually happening.
Yeah, John, crisp, clean, -1 degree air, no thanks. Just nope on so many levels. I think that's even too cold for you, dear.
That's colder than I prefer. I mean, it's not too cold, but it's definitely colder than I would prefer. You just have to dress appropriately.
I'm a whopping popsicle as it is, so there is no dress appropriately.
Dear Florida in the middle of summer is too cold for you.
Maybe.
It would be cool. Supposedly there's a way to make an iPhone into or an Android phone into a camera for OBS,
You can do that.
you could throw some of that together, and then we could throw the camera onto the gimbal, and then we could drag the gimbal out to look at the eclipse, but I don't know if that's important or not. Ah! Bolt on the floor, never to be seen again. Again.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what app it was I used that let me wirelessly stream my iPhone to OBS. I'll have to go look. I'm sure it's in my old setup somewhere.
It's probably cloudy here.
It's very speckled. It's probably cloudy.
It's always cloudy here. It's the default setting here.
Yes, John, I can only imagine that once it's that cold and windy, it would be like the worst levels of hell ever. He says, thankfully it was not windy today. Out with a flight student this morning. Long johns, hat, gloves, and scarf. Plenty warm.
Flight student, are you an instructor?
The SWK, we're using the full-blown version of OBS.
Yeah, so we're using a combination of OBS and
Stream Elements.
for all of the cool, fancy, silly stuff.
John says yes. That's his weekend avocation.
Weekend avocation. So what do you do full time then? Also jealous. I love flying.
I was going to say, because if that's your hobby, your day job's got to be pretty cool too.
Or it could be like me and have a lame day job. I work at a university at a bioengineering group inventing of artificial kidney. Boring.
That was the worst sarcasm ever.
Sorry. If you're in the Railcore Facebook group, there are a couple of 3D print pictures in there from the high-res 3D printer that we use in the lab. And it's doing 0.001 layers.
Good night, script.
Good night, man. It was great having you in the chat.
5 a.m. in Italy right now. That's crazy.
Yeah. Thank you for hanging out with us.
John says he's an IT consultant during the week, advising customers on IT infrastructure, cloud migration, etc.
Oh, fancy. Oh, man, it's Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
That means tomorrow's work.
Yep.
No, tomorrow's Martin Luther King Day.
Oh, yeah, you have it off.
I have it off. Yay, no work. I'm going to finish this son of a bitch.
You lucky pain in the butt. I have meetings tomorrow, so I don't get the day off.
Well, you still get most of the day off, right?
Mm-hmm. First meeting's not till like 2:30.
That's not so bad. I didn't even know until today that when I was on the phone with Comcast that it was Martin Luther King Day.
I knew. But that's why sometimes I'm smarter than you.
Yeah. Well, when I say I have the day off, I mean from my normal 9 to 5, not from Merch Minion, because that's every day, all day, just like you.
Yep.
Because, like you, we were daft enough to start our own business.
Yeah, at one point we thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, the reality is it is still a good idea. It's pretty fun.
I cannot complain. I get to print cool stuff all the time.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. If you have any questions, feel free to speak up. Not required, of course. I mean, yes, you can't watch it unless you chat.
Yeah, no lurking allowed. Yeah. If you're one of those shy people that wants to lurk, you're allowed to lurk.
We have consistently 3 or 4 people talking, and we have 33 people viewing. That's a new high, I think. We got rated by 18 earlier today.
I saw the raid notification. I didn't see for how many. That's awesome.
The stream's doing really well. I'm really happy.
You should be proud of yourself. You got affiliate ship in basically one live stream.
Yeah, not too shabby.
It took Merch Minion like 6 weeks to do that. But then again, it's me. So, you're a lot more entertaining than I am.
I don't know about that. I'm funnier looking.
There's that, yeah. The SWK, what you're looking for is going to be 2 different things. Because they don't really make a printer and a vinyl cutter all in one unit. The place I would go look is a company called US Cutter. They've got a local office here in Seattle, but they're a national company. Their customer service is amazing. And if you have any questions, they'll help you kind of navigate what printers do what, etc. That's where we got our big vinyl cutter from. Oh, you're just looking for the printer? Depends on how large of a format you're looking for. Epson makes really nice machines. That's who we got our DTG printer from. We have, what's the big ass printer? It's also an Epson.
It's also an Epson. Both of our large printers are Epsons. But they're also a lot of money.
Yeah.
They are not really affordable machines.
So you're looking for a 24 to 36 inch? Okay, let me pull up some stats and I'll get you some actual information here. Because I really like the big printer we've got. You just don't necessarily need one that big. They make smaller ones. Because the one we've got is a 64 inch wide by however long the roll comes in. No, nothing inkjet is really affordable. No, this is true.
Actually, funny story, or not really story, funny fact. The the garment printer we have is basically inkjet, so it's kind of neat.
The other thing you might want to consider is something like dye sub. I don't know how well that would work for vinyl or not, though. I haven't played with it. Yeah, don't need the 64 inch wide printer. Not many people do.
I think the 64-inch printer was about 30 grand ish.
Probably. I don't remember. Yeah, most of the ones I'm seeing on here are starting at the 54 inch wide. They've got to make smaller ones, though.
For what?
The printers.
For what's he trying to print?
Vinyl. Banners.
Oh. What are you trying to print vinyl banners for?
Because he's already got a cutter. John says he just upped his acceleration and jerk. Now his Railcore sounds like a machine gun on a certain model areas.
Yeah, the settings that you can get these Railcores up to is crazy. So many screws. It's kind of funny, without all the side panels and all the screws in, this frame is pretty flexible. As soon as you get all this put together with all these side panels on, it is rock solid. Like, you can see how much it wiggles right now. It won't do that at all once the other side panels are on it. The one downside of all the studio lighting in here is it gets warm. You're probably loving it.
I was gonna say, it feels great to me. Which means you are probably roasting to death.
Yeah, it's pretty warm in here. Oh, that is a lot of screws. All right, one.
Back to your question, the SWK, I can speak, I promise. I would look at something like the Epson SureColor T-Series printers. They've got several that are in that 36-inch range. They're a off-the-roll printer. That should give you some of the benefits of some of the bigger printers without being quite the same size. But that would give you a direction to kind of talk to the people at US Cutter for, or maybe call Epson directly and see what they can advise you on. And yes, Hutchie Mike, it's kind of like when you put the flimsy piece of cardboard on the back of an entertainment center or something like that, how suddenly it makes things more rigid because it can't flex.
Ugh, cold beverage, amazing.
Oh, you've been drinking out of the soda bottle?
Yeah. Front.
We just need to find you a can that fits your can, like a cup that fits your little can cooler. you're up to 94 followers.
I know, right?
Awesome.
Yeah, and I've been solidly in the high 20s all day. Really happy.
Nice. I want to talk to Jeff on the way home. He's all good.
Okay.
He had a question about the sweatshirts.
Gotcha. This one. Ow! Those are sharp.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say don't do that.
I know, right? They've got just a little tiny bit of plastic in them, so you just got to ream them just slightly.
Reposition your camera.
Why, what's wrong with it?
You can't see what they're doing.
Yeah, it's. I could do this.
I mean, not that I mind having people stare at the back of my head, but I mean, they might be much more interested in what you're doing. That works. Hi, Miss Mia. Are you hoping you're invisible
There's
under
not-
the desk?
This is so close, and it's as far as I can get it. You can't really see much, so
That's fine.
you're more entertaining than.
Then a fuzzy black panel.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Nice.
What? Oh.
Making sure I don't lose a finger.
Fingers are overrated.
Nice. See, you have a better soft mouth than Mia does. Jordan, you left some. I don't spoil my dogs at all.
No, never. Not our dogs.
Where's your trash can?
Over here. Ah!
I just want to make sure I don't leave this in range of this. I shred everything. Ew.
Did I just get slimed?
You did.
Gross. Sometimes having a great day is awful.
Just peek it out. Nobody can see you, but you're so cute. See, if you were the host of the show, everybody'd watch you. And because it's on the camera, no, you wouldn't have to see anybody. You could be invisible.
It's the Nia Doggo Show.
Yep.
Bjorn, stop licking stuff. You're gross.
Armoret's sister says, whenever I see a 3D printer, I think of the movie Small Soldiers. I don't know if I've seen that
I
one.
don't know if I've. Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. I don't know if I've seen that one.
Turtle Print says, need to print some clips that will hold those screws upright and can be pulled out afterwards.
Yeah. The trick is this panel. These panels are so big and they kind of flex. And then you gotta align them anyway. It's kind of, they kind of suck.
SWK, you hear Great Danes plus Roombas are great. Ours does not care at all. He does not give any F's when it comes to our robot vacuum cleaners. The Husky doesn't like them. Nia doesn't like them, but Bjorn doesn't care at all.
That's because she doesn't like anything except food.
This is true. Food's pretty much her favorite thing.
Yeah, she'll eat anything that moves slower than she does.
Alright, apparently this is the printer from the...
Oh, that's...
Oh!
Well, that's kind of how SLS printers work.
Gotcha.
Except not at all.
Yes, I'm sure it's really that fast.
Well, not only that, it doesn't shoot through the
No.
polymer. It goes up from the bottom.
I know.
But...
Nice theory, though. Yes, movie magic indeed. Oh, SWK says that they have a friend that lives in Seattle, oddly, and his Dane pooped in the living room while they were away, and the Roomba tried to clean it up.
Oh, yeah, that's really super good.
Oh. No, thank you. Thankfully, the few times he's had an accident in the house, it's always been on the tile landing right by the door, which is where the vacuum cleaners can't get. So, yeah, that would be terrible. Oh, can you imagine? Oh, the dirt trails had to be so bad. He's just taking a nap in the middle of the floor.
Well, yeah, because you're in here.
I know.
He's a total mama's boy.
Yep. The laser cut bottom's really nice.
Uh-huh. It's not even laser cut. It's
Is it machined?
Yeah, it's machined.
Nice. Mine's look real clean.
Yeah, they you remember the first one? How it was all fuzzy?
Yeah.
They have solved that. It was only mine that was fuzzy. The first kits came out fine. It was just because mine was basically pre-production.
Mm-hmm. The disadvantage of being the prototype.
Yep.
I don't think yours came with a cookie. Do you want part of my cookie?
No.
Oh, you did
Okay.
get a cookie. Never mind. It's all mine. Engineer Aaron wants to know, is this one easier since you built one before?
Yes and no. It's about the same difficulty. It's a little less instruction reading. Because I remember pieces of it. So that's a little helpful. But the reality is it's not particularly hard either way, so no big deal.
Leo the Human says, still very tedious. Yes.
Yes, lots of pieces. Lots of time and so many fasteners. Like fasteners for weeks. Oh. Chris is home. We have a friend of ours staying as a guest for a little bit, and the watchdog has decided that there is something to be barked at.
Hi, Duo.
Yeah, Duo is
Welcome
around.
back.
You're moving to Redmond? When did this happen?
Probably when they got the job where he's working now.
Yeah,
It would make the commute a little bit easier.
working at Microsoft probably makes that make sense.
Engineer, and yes, we do have a security system. It's right there. You cannot have my cookie. No. If I can find a piece of cookie that doesn't have chocolate on it.
So many fasteners.
This is how much I love you. I'm taking my cookie apart for you.
Come on.
Gentle. Thank you. Engineer Aaron says that, by the way, even on the lapel mic, the dog sounds really good and bassy.
Actually, I've got 2 mics running right now. So I've got the lapel for me and that Rode NT1 right there that Kat's using. So you got dogs in stereo.
Oh, hi, Renaissance Tinker Torque. I didn't see you in the chat earlier. What's up, dude?
Gross.
Where'd the slime go on that one?
All over me. Yuck. Please do not feed the slime bucket. Now you got some.
Thanks.
Yuck.
That's what I get for giving him a tiny piece of cookie. He even slimed himself. Thanks. That's so. Oh, come on. Not on my boobs. Really? Can we not? Go lay down. Go. No, you're fine. I love you. Yep, it's totally my fault. I looked at him. I thought possibly about him. I breathed.
Also, if you don't breathe,
Go lay down. I love you, but go on. Go. Ah. Oh, no. Go lay down. You just got slurped. Oh, now you're just gonna sit and pout at me? Apparently, I'm gonna just sit here and pet the dog on live stream because somebody's being needy.
yep. That one had a chowdered thread. It did not want to go on right.
Leo the Human says, don't tighten it down yet. Your frame looks really bent now.
It's because it's on its side and crooked and all that. It's also the angle, so the camera's kind of at a down angle and the frame is pointed over there.
Am I in the way, dogs?
Well, that's mildly annoying. The threads on that one
Go on.
bolt.
Go on. I'm done. I'm not gonna pet you anymore.
Dog, no one likes you. Go away.
I am covered in slime. "713 says that the moon is at about the halfway point for central US. I should probably tell Chris that. Eclipse, he'll be interested.
How the hell am I gonna fix that?
Engineer Aaron says, laugh out loud, I can see the slobber fly even on the little screen. Yes, it is literally like flung everywhere. Hello. There's an eclipse tonight.
I'm watching it. It's actually clear.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it's taking place right now.
For us, the totality is going to be at 9:12. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on that.
Yeah, but I was really surprised if we'll be able to see it.
Engineer Aaron says, that's okay, Rob. There's plenty of other screws. Skip that one.
No.
You're welcome to come stick your head in and say hi if you want to. That camera's pointed at me, and that one's pointed at the printer.
Oh, looking real. What is it for filming right now? I haven't gotten enough work.
Everybody say hi to Chris.
Hi, Chris. That's a Chris.
Another bearded wonder in this house.
It's so tall.
Yes.
It really is. Like, I knew it was big. I didn't know it was going to be quite that big. Where are you going to put it when it's done?
I think it's gonna go on one of those cubbies.
Okay. That seems appropriate. Aaron Engineer says so much fur, and then that's what she said with a wink. That is what she said. Duo was like, beat me to it. Yep. And John says, you have one that's being a butt?
Yeah, this thread is no bueno.
713 just posted a link to the eclipse map for us. Thank you very much.
Yes, you never get any attention.
Oh no, he was just sitting there getting petted.
Any attention.
He's abused.
If I could fit you in front of my...
Yeah, he's not gonna fit like Tanner will.
I was walking around with a chihuahua in my overalls getting knife. I think we were all taking turns with him, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
He said a lot. It actually seemed a lot calmer.
They just need to get one of those little like doggy papoose carriers so they can just.
Yeah, they could just because he's a dog who could do that with.
We're talking about a chihuahua that's boarded at the place that Chris works, and if he's left alone, he barks nonstop, and it's a tiny little yappy bark, and he will literally bark himself hoarse. But if somebody's holding him, he's perfectly content and quiet. All right, so partial began for us at 7:30. Full begins at 8:41, and totality is at 9:12.
Pretty long eclipse. I've got to see so many of these eclipses. I had a friend who never got to see he'd seen solar ones, he never got to see a lunar one.
He's no longer a horse. He's a barking pony. Somebody called him a barking pony earlier, and it is now stuck.
That was Paw.
Oh, was it Paw? Paw, if you're still in the room, that's an awesome name. I'm so gonna steal it.
I told Amanda I'm gonna make a little pub sign we can hang by the front door. It says a barking pony.
We need one so bad.
And the sign, like it would be that script, but the sign would actually be a silhouette of a Great Dane head.
Wild Tree Ogre says that's fair because I'm gonna steal the barking pony. With the correction. If you want to deal with the slobber, you can borrow him, Paul. Cleto says it's time to break out the super glue, and then Engineer Aaron said, I see what you're doing, that's creative. And then someone else says cross thread it, that way it's stuck forever.
No!
Impact should do. What did you do? Drill it out and do something new?
Well, and the best part is the hole's covered by the foot, You'll never know it's there. Actually, these holes should, since they exist on the side panels, they should exist on the bottom too, but they don't. It's not in the model, so they don't get milled with the holes in them. So now, I should be able to pull this cube and lift this piece. Beep! You're in the way. And I can lift this piece.
I was wondering how much progress you guys have.
And then get that one out. Look at that.
Sweet.
Garbage. New.
I'm gonna have to remember your little trick with the muffin tins next time I work on a big project.
It's quite useful till I go to make cornbread. Because that's the pan I use to make the little mini cornbread muffins.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody hijacked it.
Now I can put the cube back in. Oh, you know what I should do?
What?
Make sure this thread's on.
So JB Weld is for.
Like a glove.
So have you thought about what tall shape you're gonna try to print in here?
I want to do
Spaceships.
I want to do a big dragon head.
Go tell him to 3D print a Jenga tower, but they all have to be separate pieces. And no supports. It has to print each Jenga piece in the unlevel tower. I love the other night that the spaghetti fill worked on that print you did for me.
Oh yeah, when it failed and just kind of.
It failed and it still worked, but it was just printing into the space because it had knocked the support down.
So I know we've got several of our friends in here that do some streaming. Does anybody remember or know of a good app or plugin for full-blown OBS to use the cell phones over Wi-Fi? Because I don't remember what it was I was using when I was using it as the print cam downstairs.
Yeah, that's what you. I think the first time I saw the printer working downstairs, that's what was being done.
Yep, because we had the Logitech C920, which is the one before that, pointed down into it, and then I had one that I could pick up and move around, and that was my cell phone broadcast over Wi-Fi. But I don't remember what it was. J. Steve White, yes, it is an enormous box. Duo says he hasn't found a good one yet.
Oh.
Did you just drop that in there?
Yeah.
You have a magnet?
It's. I can just pick it up.
Access
Yeah,
it from the side.
it's not lost forever. Not like working in an engine where when you drop whatever it is, it just disappears.
Engineer Aaron throws in another "that's what he said" moment.
Mm-hmm.
But Steve White thinks that you could put the 250ZL inside it. Maybe. All right. Well, I'm gonna go take a peek at the moon real fast. I will be right back. Do you need anything while I'm downstairs?
Nope.
Okay. Go ahead.
A finished 350 ZL, please.
That's not gonna happen. You can go. You can walk past the fan. It's fine.
There we go.
Giant Great Dane can step over the box fan and won't walk past it because it's scary.
But he's not giant. He's a teacup Great Dane. Wait, what? Seriously, I thought my shirt maybe came untucked. Yeah. Yeah. Smart ass. My statement to that is better than a dumbass. All right. Oddly enough, I drilled a very similar hole in the other one at one point. Also, all right, back to lining up screws. That was a great 20-minute intermission. Side project, whatever.
Aaron Engineer, yes. If I wanted to see that kind of moon, I probably could. That'd be easy. Just reach over and like pull his pants down.
You're so classy.
They started it.
That's why I married you.
They started it. For once, it wasn't me. Engineers. Aaron says that's the perfect live stream fodder.
What?
Pantsing you.
No.
But it might be fun. That Onion, hello. Thank you for joining the chat.
Hey, what's up, man? Back again? Starting to look like a printer.
That looks really good in purple.
Yeah, I like it.
Engineer Aaron says, I started it in 1993 and haven't stopped since. Good on you.
What?
Being goofy like us.
Oh, yeah.
Just a tad on the twisted side.
Professional weirdos.
That's a good way to put it.
I'm gonna make.
The machining on that's really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're nice rails.
Steve White's question was, "What's your real print gonna be?" And everybody's saying that you should start with a Benji scale at like 800%.
Probably
Benji fails under non-real, as in calibration and qualification.
going to probably print a calibration cube, because the first print you gotta do is calibrate the X and Y.
But the question was first real print.
That is a real print.
Sorry I wasn't facing the camera when I eye rolled, but there was a pretty solid eye roll in there for everybody.
Calibration things are real.
Yeah, J. Steve backs me up. He said that's why I said real print, like non-calibration print. See, I'm glad I was on the right track.
Wait, you mean like this is not just for printing calibration parts?
No. Engineer Aaron, I think you got that kind of backwards. If your first print was the bottle opener and then your second was the tolerance block. Priorities. Truth. After that build, you needed a drink. Don't blame me at all.
I heard a noise. Oh, yeah, he sent that to me earlier. I don't know why it finally populated.
Because I opened the tab, probably. Engineer Aaron asks, do you prefer Rob or Robert?
I've been called worse.
Or Robbie? Definitely not
Definitely not Robbie.
It depends on how long you've known him.
It's kind of changed over the years. As to which one is the typical?
Duo says Bobster.
Yes. Some of my old military buddies used to call me Bobbert.
Okay. Engineer Aaron, sorry, now says that you are Frank. He will call you Frank. I think Frank's an okay name.
Just don't call me late for dinner. Or Shirley.
And then there's that. Robbissimo could be okay. But then you sound like Bellissimo the dog. Okay, Aaron, I will officially call you Aaron. I'm alright with that. Some people like it to have their entire names read off, and I am terrible at, like, screen name deciphering, so I butchered pretty much all of them. See, now by telling me that I have to pronounce the capital A, I want to be a snot and just be like, Aaron?
You're mispronouncing it. It's asshole.
He says I get that at work. Yeah, Aaron. Yeah. Yep, I knew the reference. That's why I was like, I'm gonna go down that road. Yeah, Lloyd. I can't remember who the comedian was, but I saw a skit once that was the entire thing was him making fun of how we pronounce like Stephen and Stefan the same. So it was like Gil and Jill, Katie and Caddy, Geoff and Jeff, and like all the different like pronunciations, and it was like in the context of like introducing people at a party, and it was like they were matched pairs. I'm gonna have to look up who that was.
Oop. Crap over.
You're breaking stuff.
Yeah. Standard.
This was just an excuse to get me to get on the floor.
No, it's fine. You can just leave it.
No, you can't. Because OCD says no, I can't. Can you drop that on the floor? And those kind of need to be up and around.
Oh yeah, you guys should all go buy Railcore stuff because it supports the Railcore community that continues to make this.
Now that it's all hidden behind the printer, you can't really see it, but we have stickers and shirts. We will be adding hoodies shortly. Duo says his battery's dying. He's off. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good night, Duo.
Later, Duo. It's good seeing you, man.
We need to do dinner again soon. I think this is the sketch.
You're not really plugged in at the moment.
Yeah.
People don't have the same name, but it's spelled completely differently. I'm so sorry for all of you people, and I know there are many in this room tonight. It's such an odd, unnecessary waste of your life. Like Sarah with an H, or Sarah without an H. Sarah without an H is pronounced like this. Sarah. And with an H. Sarah. Sarah has spent the whole of her life going, Sarah with an H, that's with an H. Is that with an H? No, there's no H. Sorry, there's an H. If you put an H, there's no H, there's actually no H. What a waste of life. Like Stuart with a W is pronounced like this. Stuart without a W. Stuart. What are you doing? It's not like it's, what's your name? Stuart. Stuart. And you are Stuart.
Anyway, that is from Comedy Central UK. The comedian is Michael McIntyre, and he's got a whole skit on that, and it's hilarious. John says, sadly, I have to drop for the night. I do hope you can figure out how to migrate your streams over to YouTube so they don't evaporate in a month. Good luck.
Yes.
John, I will make sure we get that taken care of. I am not going to let him lose his stuff this time. Have a good night, and thank you for hanging out.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Now you've got 2 hosts. Come for the printer, stay for the cat.
No. Because I won't be around all that often. He typically live streams while I'm out running around. JST says, get the closest ones in and thread a nut lightly on, then work out from that corner.
Yep. They're not too far out. These are pretty close. That's kind of what I normally do is just go around the box slowly, getting them lined up and dropped in. And then screw nuts.
Hey Bjorn, you forgot to bark at Chris. He shut a door in the house and you forgot to bark at him. Nice that boy. Renaissance Tinker Dork is also running away. He has to work in the morning. Thank you for stopping by. It was awesome to hang out with you. And then he switches to lurk mode. Nice job, sir. You want to recover your stickers and stuff from there?
Yep.
Thanks.
Ugh, dog, you're in the way.
Yes. Yes, he is. We have an entire office, and yet he has to be right here. And now I'm really out of focus. New camera. You walked in front of it, and it has, like, lost its mind. There we go. Solved.
Give it the old ABE treatment.
Oh, yeah. Okay, see, fuck. Apparently, you wanted some condensation?
But he's thirsty.
That's what the water bowls are for. That would require you leaving the room. Patchy Mike says he really needs to go to bed. I haven't really used Twitch much before. Will this stream be available to view after it's over?
It will. They're called VODs, and
Video on demand, and it's usually 30 or 60 days. I think now that he's an affiliate, it's 60 days. And then we're going to download and move them over to YouTube, so they will be available. You're very welcome. Have a good night. Squishy face dog. Squishy face boy. Cool it down. You act like I've been gone all day. I was gone like 4 hours. Apparently that was like forever.
okay. Now that all of those are on,
Jordan, go on. Go on. I love you, but go on. Go lay down. So he lays down literally right behind Robert so that he can trip him. It was a really
Yes.
You still got some wobble though.
Yep. There's still lots of screws to go in.
Yeah. Steve is off tomorrow too. Happy face. All y'all are lucky. The benefit of a normal job, you actually get days off.
So I'm loosening all these panel screws so that everything can settle. Now that it's upright and can stand on its feet and be square.
Aaron is not off tomorrow. And his comment is stupid French conglomerates. Yeah. You dropped one and I found two.
That's because I dropped two. Just not at the same time.
Even once you put the power panel on there and all that stuff, you've still got a lot of real estate. Are you going to decorate it or are you going to leave it nice and clean and simple?
I don't know. Been talking to 713 Maker about having these made out of aluminum plate.
That'd be cool. If you would ever decide on what you want as far as artwork goes, besides your little minion, we could have something etched or whatever done for it.
You could, if it was aluminum, you could do cool vinyl.
Mm-hmm. Someone says he'll hit us up with some ideas later this week.
Cool.
Sweetness.
When you model the when you work up the bottom, there's holes on the corners of all the panels except the bottom. If you can put them in the bottom, it would be a really nice upgrade.
He says yes.
Because I was able to drill it out of the HDPE, but it would be less convenient if it were aluminum. This panel acts like it's crooked.
Can you rotate it so that it's flush to me? Yes, I can move it. I just can use the Latin table.
See how straight this one?
It's not straight.
What?
Look at the bottom edge.
Yeah, it's all.
It's wonky.
Yeah,
This side's lower.
yeah, it's all crooked, and I don't know why. All the parts are right, and all the corners are right. Yeah. It is sure as shit not square. But all the panels aren't on it yet. That's square.
It's the back panel that's behaving like it's crooked.
It's really close. I mean, across 7 inches, it's off by maybe... I don't know, a millimeter? No, I'm sorry, a centimeter. It's off by maybe a centimeter or two across 7 inches.
Yeah, that's a big gap. Millimeter smaller.
Millimeter, yeah, millimeter smaller. The smaller of the two, because
Okay,
derp.
millimeter.
Yeah, so it's
Centimeters bigger.
off by a millimeter or two across 7 inches.
So it's a very minor, not square.
But
Still
there's
matters.
a lot of vertical here, so what's your thoughts, Steve?
Maybe do the back panel first and then tighten down your sides.
Well, the back panel's loose. It should be able to flex. So if I measure this corner, it's flush here, and it's maybe 2 millimeters.
Rotate your camera, or the thing just a little more. You're behind the rail. There you go. Now I can see it. Dog fur already.
It's really close. And now it's focusing on something else. There we go. Nope. Pay attention, camera.
It's trying to focus on the rail. Do you want me to steer?
It's really close. Yeah, the back panel screws are loose. I'm going to loosen the other side panel screws. And just let everything flex.
713, I like those. I think that would look really sharp with the brushed finish. I dig it. I'll just send you a text message. That's your doohickey.
Good night, bud. You have a good evening.
I suspect he texted you because he's not in the chat anymore.
Probably.
J. Steve says I wouldn't get too concerned about it until you're ready to tighten it up.
Well, the problem is I can't. It's off enough. I'm having trouble getting some of the screws to go through the panel.
713 says the moon looks sweet in the central US right now. I'm gonna go take another look then. Not that we're in central, but that means the view's changing.
Because when they go, you've got the hole and the screw needs to go through straight. It's actually going through like this and binding, and I can't get it to poke out enough to get the nut on it to pull it straight.
It's all red and glowy. Where's the 610?
I don't know. Right up there. Not ready.
Out without moving the other camera.
It feels like it's not the frame. It feels like it's the panel that's off slightly. Like across the distance. And the panel seems square. Yeah, it feels like the panel grew in this direct, like, it feels like the panel grew this way. Because this one is pointed that way, like it's pointed this way, and this one's pointed this way.
Which lens do I want for that distance?
Probably the one that's on it. I don't have anything that's going to be accurate at those lengths. Somewhere. $35 and a 32nd, and this way is going to be yeah, this panel's not square. This panel is off by I think this panel's not square anyway. So 34 and 15/16 on this diagonal. So you're looking at like 330 seconds across.
I need longer range than this lens.
I don't really. I mean, there's the 200, or there's the. I think there's a longer lens in there, but you're not going to have anything moon. You know, we don't have a lens for doing moons, dear.
No, but I should be able to get more than something that looks like a leaf. And right now, my cell phone would be better.
Yeah, you're probably right, Steve. I mean, it's. Hey, dear. Push down right here to keep this thing from picking up. Because I need to push. I need to push up here. Keep it from going anywhere. Okay, hold on. This needs to go up. Okay, stop for a second. Let me go. I need to. Push down gently on those two, on that rear corner. That is not giving me enough flex.
We also have the blood moon right now.
So let me see if I can get a zoomed in shot of what I'm seeing.
Jordan, move. Which is why I'm trying to swap lenses on the camera so I can try to at least get a somewhat crappy photo of it.
All right. Can you see what I'm talking about? No, because like this one's loose in the hole. See, you can wiggle this one, and this one's a little tight. That one's tight. This one's loose. So this one's loose. This one's not terrible. This one's getting worse. These two are almost. You can't work with these two. They were all basically exactly the same length. I had them stacked up. I can try it. We'll see. Like you said, though, the tape measure is going to have enough. It's Yeah, I just can't get an accurate measure on that without taking the whole damn thing apart. And it's like, it's really close. It's like 70, it's like 715 basically on the dot. That's also basically 715. $7.15. $7.15 within a half, or within, yes, they're all $7.15 within a half, and that's the best I can measure with the tape measure. Let's see if I can get that measured or not. It's exactly 460, or really close to 460. And the top is basically dead on 460. That's 430. Hold on. No. 425. $425. Yeah, it seems like either the screw holes are off just a little bit, but it's like the whole panel's skewed, because I've got, there's my calipers. I can measure these little distances. So I've got 0.75 from the 1515 to the top of the panel. I've got 0.7, .74 to the top of the panel. So that's 0.7 to the top of the panel. This is 0.36 to the top of the panel. This whole panel is skewed this way. I can pick up on it a little bit. This one's also skewed a little bit. So this one's skewed, high here, low here, high here, low here, like it's twisted. Maybe it is twisted?
Go on.
Maybe if the whole assembly is here and then rotates like this. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. So it's acting like it's got a rotational twist going up like this. Hey dear, can you hold the top of this? Or actually hold the bottom so it can't go anywhere, so it can't rotate. And I'm going to try giving it just a little bit of a gentle twist.
Which way are you going?
I'm going to twist this way.
Okay.
Nope, that's the wrong way. I'm going to twist the other direction. I'm going to pick it up and put it on the floor. Erg. All right, you hold there. And then that feels a little better.
Knocked that off. And you would need to reposition your camera.
Yep. Clang. Need something more sturdy than that.
I will help you when you need.
A spacer.
Okay.
Like this piece of plastic, probably. Nope. Like this piece of plastic plus a piece of aluminum. Yes.
Is this like flat at the box?
No. Like this.
Okay. That was gonna be my next step.
Yeah. Yeah. Finger tight. Finger tight. So this panel's loose. That panel's loose. Yeah, so this panel wiggles a little bit. Okay, so here's an interesting behavior. If I push on this corner, it'll flex this way. Like this foot will stay and this foot will pick up. If I push on this corner, it doesn't do it nearly as much. And I've got, that's loose. Hold on. I'm going to loosen all of these. Make sure all these are loose too.
I made a toddy with these.
Ooh. That does sound good.
Yeah, just a little instant apple cider with a spoonful of honey and a little bourbon.
SWK wants to know if you have a framing square.
I do have a framing square. We were using it earlier.
All right, to eliminate possible restrictions, in movement.
It's all good, SWK. I've been in and out checking out the equipment as well.
All right, now those aren't binding anything.
That being said, according to the clock, we're about 3 minutes from totality on the eclipse. Maybe you should do a be right back.
I'd rather do this.
Okay. I am gonna go watch it.
Lunar eclipses are common.
Don't care. Still care.
All right, thoughts? Yes. I'll go get the 8-pound sledge. We'll get it tuned up no time. All right. Feels like this panel just needs to be lifted. Dude. That was really close though. Shut up, giant stupid dingus. Okay, we're close. All right. That one's on. There's one up here.
It was very nice. We had a nice gradiated blood mood. It was pretty. By the time I got the camera set up, though, it was too dark to really catch or anything.
Yeah, we're pretty dark out here.
And we were lucky nobody came down our street, so none of the security lights were on while it was in totality, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, we are just far enough away from the city that we don't have as much light pollution as a lot of the areas.
Okay, here. Look. Up. More up. All right, can you see that? When I push this,
It's not focused. It's focused on your fingers.
okay, manual focus. That's 1.5 millimeters. As soon as I took this screw out, this jumped up 1.5 millimeters. I took the screw that goes into this corner block out. I think the panels, you know what we didn't measure? That panel is 746. This panel over here is 744 and a half. So this height is 1.5 millimeters shorter than this side. Which corresponds to the 1.5 millimeters this hopped up.
Aaron, you are perfectly fine continuing to make jokes.
No, I'm measuring the panel. This plastic panel, this side. Oh, you can't see. No wonder why you don't make any. Doesn't make any sense. Here to here, which you still can't see.
Zoom out or scoot back. Are you still zoomed in from?
No, that's all the way out. So here, here to here, is 1.5 millimeters longer than here to here. So this panel is shaped like this. I wonder if all these panels have it, because that's what seemed funky with this one. With all of these seemed hard to get right.
Aaron, the problem with trapezoidal panels is that we don't have trapezoidal bars to go with it.
So this one along the screws is 746. This one is 746. So that panel is okay. The right side panel is okay. Dog, you are so in the way.
Yes, he is.
This one is 746. This one is 746. Let me measure again. Measure twice before I call problem. $746. $745. This panel is definitely, it's off by a millimeter. Yeah, I could open these holes just a little bit on this panel. Yeah? Leave these ones spaced correctly. No, this one's 746, so I need to open basically this row just a little. Because it's shrunk and pulling the whole assembly this way, right? Pulling the whole assembly this way. Yeah, all the panels are 746, and this one right here is 745. This side, 746 plus maybe 746 and a half. So this panel has a problem. Up or down doesn't matter necessarily. I'm going to take this panel off and see if the front and everything goes on smooth. And everything starts to line back up with this panel off. Because this back panel doesn't have anything attached to it. So I can always leave it off for right this second. But maybe everything else will square it all up, and then I can just kind of squeeze this panel on. I don't know, we'll see. Open all the holes just slightly so it just slips on okay. It'll be perfect at Murph, because I will have all of the brains looking at it. Yeah, it works just like a fence.
I'm super entertaining, just sitting here scrolling through, catching up on the social media.
Oh yeah, as soon as I took that off, the twist came out. And everything lined right back up. This panel's borked. Look, right here. As soon as I took that panel off, square as could be. Oh yeah, autofocus is off. Beep. There you go. Soon as, I mean, this is still not attached, but it is dead nuts on square. So that panel's borked. We can try reattaching it after all of the other panels are on. What it really needs is a yesterday rush order of some aluminum panels from 713. Yeah, see, without that panel on, see how much flex is in this thing? All right, that's all nice and square. I'm just making sure nothing came like out of true. Oh, let's see if that, where'd my square go?
I don't know what you have about.
Here it is. There's a nut on the table? Oh, yeah, over there.
That's an answer.
It's a little out of square, but there's nothing squaring it right now. But it's... You're just going to have to press the E-stop and change parts. That's all there is to it. What? Pressing the E-stop couldn't hurt anything. Well, you got to send me a halo too, so...
I'm staying out of that argument.
What?
You versus Halo?
No. Halo.
No, I know. But the Halo guy's been hunting you down.
Oh, yeah.
I'd stay out of that one. Aaron, I approve of that. The question is where are we going to find an old car door?
All right, so I guess now we try the front panel that we measure before we put it on. After I find the tape measure.
very bendy.
745. $746. This is a very flexy piece. I'm gonna lay it on the table so it's not bowing.
Aaron, I like your theory, but we have some pretty nosy neighbors. We'd still get caught.
All right, now it'll be flat. All right, that is 746. This side is 744 and a half. This one's off by 1.5, just like the other panel.
I'm just gonna go with no. Nice try volunteering me though.
Yeah, the front panel has the same deviation as the back panel. I bet they were cut at the same time. Yeah, 740, basically 744. Yeah, when you pull that tight, this one is basically 744 on a 744 on that edge, and this edge is 746. This one's off by 2 millimeters. This edge is 2 millimeters shorter than this edge. Steve, do you have his number? Do either of you guys have his direct? I don't have his direct.
Maker says yes. Oh, 713 does not have his number. Tony might.
Yeah, no, I don't want to interrupt Tony. No big deal. Worst case scenario, we continue without the front and back panel on. We get it close, get the The sides are okay, so we can put all the electronics together. We can put the top together and just not tighten and square everything. We can still do 99% of everything except the front and back panel.
Right, but I think their concern was the fact that they're continuing to mill out of.
No, that I agree with. So I will. Oh, that's him. I'm gonna mute this and have a conversation. that one. There you go. Okay.
All right, guys, we are back.
Okay, just got off the phone. Apparently there was a batch of a full set. There was a piece tightened on the mill, and it tweaked everything, and they thought they got them. These were made back in December. They're not part of the batch that's shipping, so everything's kosher. This was because mine was kind of prepackaged before everybody else's because it's supposed to be the first one. So two things. Open all of these holes up to 4 millimeters, and it should fix everything. So I'm going to do that to get it up and printing, and I will have replacements shortly. So
Yeah, it was basically a full printer that was skewed, and they had found the two sides, but they couldn't find the front and the back, so they thought they'd already thrown them away. They didn't realize that they were the ones that got stuck in our kit. So.
Yep. No big deal. Yeah. So I'll take this down to the drill press, and I'll zip not today, but I'll take that down to the drill press, and I'll zip a bunch of 4 millimeter holes in it, and we can continue with the build because the front and back don't do squat, except keep it from wobbling. But we can still put the electronics panel on it. We can still, all of that's good to go. So we can do everything else.
Yeah, Cletos, we're not upset. We were more concerned that they were going to not know that there was a problem with the mill and be, producing production batch stuff with a flawed thing. So that was where the panic came from. Not the end of the world that this happened to ours.
This is totally part of being in the early production process, being one of the people that get to play with the early ones. It's just part of the process. No big deal. Yeah, I'm just going to assemble it and then not print with it. And then once the front and back side, or once the front and back show up, I'll button it all up and get everything square and happy. And then
we need to adjust the positioning of the cameras because they're staring at the corner. There you go. There we go. I have something more exciting to look at.
I'm gonna pull the camera back a little bit. The problem is I wanted it up close so that you didn't end up looking at my back a lot. But
you just need a longer.
I need a wider view. So I'm gonna pull the camera back just a smidge, and that should get us a wider angle. And once we have a wider angle, you won't have to look at.
Yeah, Aaron, we can move forward without the panels right now. That's not the end of the world.
Yeah, that's no big deal. We're totally okay.
Oh, that's much better. Much better.
Elevator go up. Elevator go down. Still almost doesn't fit in the frame.
Nope, almost doesn't work.
So, okay.
Hey, Project 3D, thank you for hopping in and making the comment. We told them that it was just a fluke and that we were happy to be part of the initial testing group. So, no big deal.
Yeah.
But thank you for, even instead of going to bed, coming in and at least saying hi.
Yeah, no big deal, dude. Have a good night. So, we're good to go. All right, what's next? Now that got totally derailcored.
Nice bun, dear.
All right, back.
Oh. I don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not sleepy.
All right, I'm just going to snug these up so they don't fall out. See, I didn't want you guys have to... There.
Tony says, by all means, we stand behind our products. If you have any other issues, let us know and we can take care of it. Tony's awesome.
No, that's Joe.
Oh, is that Joe?
Yeah, that's Joe.
Sorry. I will eventually do like screen names to actual names to faces eventually. I'm good with faces. I am terrible with names, so I try. But I am gonna be the mother hen and say, go to bed. SWK says, I have an issue. I didn't get a free one.
This is not a free one. I paid for this thing. Or more precisely, Adam paid for this thing.
This is true.
All right, I'm going to have
713 Maker says, you can call me 713 in person. I do not mind. Laugh out loud.
All right, how do I get that out? That bound and does not want to come out.
People actually do call me SWK in person, says SWK. It is not uncommon for people in the Twitch or gaming communities to go by their screen names. My name's Amanda, but I go by Kat and have for like, 12 or 13 years now. And so that's why when I created like all of my personal online stuff, it's Gamer Cat Studios, because it's a nickname that stuck. Now it's more weird when people call me Amanda. I think pretty much the only people that do are my parents and a few people from work that knew me by that name long before. So I'm always Kat. It works.
You've also been called worse.
I also have been called worse. Hi, Bjorn. Am I using you as a footrest? You're fine. You can go back to sleep, big boy. You're just a nice, toasty, warm footrest.
All right. Stop clawing me to death.
And I started it when I stomped on him. No, go on. Go on. SWK says, my girlfriend rarely calls me Ken or SWK. She usually just calls me asshole. That seems appropriate.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass, so.
Okay, I'm going to do the same thing I did with the other one. And zip a little hole in the bottom so that I can get that screw out.
713 says, I at least get the sweetie label.
That's because you're making all the money off us poor people that have to buy our own halos. Those holes need to be in that bottom panel. That is an absolute must.
.713 says, laugh out loud. Sorry, man. I work 18-hour days, 6 to 7 days a week these days to keep up with you guys and your demand for parts. Well, kudos to sticking with it, dude.
Yeah.
That's hard. I did that for the first 4 months of Merch Minion and was running myself ragged, and now they make me take a day off. And I'm still usually working on other stuff, just not actively printing.
Pretty much.
My days off are usually the days I art or work on website stuff, because then I'm at least resting on my butt.
Oh, all the nuts fell out. Wah wah.
You dropped your nuts.
I did, they fell out. For everyone to see. All 10 of them.
Bjorn, go on. "713, I hope you are correct that the new mill will allow you some time off. You deserve it, sir." Steve White says, "I hate it when that happens." And Cletos said, "Aw, nuts." I love that we have such a fun, sarcastic crew hanging out.
Come on. Come loose.
Holy shit. It was till the nuts came out. SWK did an action and says waits for 713 to show off the new mill with power draw bar, tool changer, and auto parts loader. That sounds like something you'd want.
Yup. He has all of the cool toys.
We'll see, what we need to do is just buy a ginormous chunk of land and like kidnap all of the cool creators and put them together in one spot.
Yep. Wonder how hard these nuts are, or these bolts are. Are you talking about what we're gonna make with the printer?
No, they're talking about the
No,
J-Head V12 installed with a shiny new 50-watt heater core in it.
Oh.
So I'm assuming that's what username?
Or he might be talking about the mill. So
713 says, I reserve 2,500 square feet of space in that operation.
dude, we've been looking for people to come up here and build like a work together, collaborative, awesome makery space thing for a while.
SWK, that's exactly what I mean. He says, I keep wanting to buy 200 or 300 acres to turn into a nerd farm.
Can you keep this from pushing that way? Just hold it. You're going to have to put some oomph in it.
Bjorn, are you helping by me right in the middle? Oops, sorry.
Hey, thanks for following. Okay, what the hell?
SWK, if you get just outside the Seattle area, land is not very expensive. You just have to be far enough out that, like, you're not right on the mass transit or anything like that. There's some areas here to still get reasonable land.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a part or a tool.
And 713, I'm so jealous right now, it's not even funny.
You guys might still be able to hear me.
Aaron, no, he's not going to the restroom. He ran down to the toolbox.
One I don't use very often. Had to go get it out of the small toolbox.
If he does, we're going to have bigger problems. I'm yours. SWK, if you get out toward like Mount Rainier, you can get 50 or 60 acres for less than $100,000. Bjorn, watch your nose.
That's how you get a little tiny M3 nut off. Beep.
Aaron says, wait, I missed it. Do it again.
I used a gentle pair of tools.
He used some persuasion.
So it was stuck. So I just basically split the nut like this.
Go on. Bjorn, go on.
I just split it just like that.
You don't need to be under the desk.
And it came right off. Gentle persuasion.
$713 says we could die here. The mountain is overdue to go off, sadly. Yes and no.
Actually, where we're at, we're okay.
We get to watch the world burn and have marshmallows. Yeah, Steve is correct. Unless Yosemite blows up, then we're all screwed.
Actually, if Yosemite blows up, you guys want to be out by us because it's about the safest place to be. Because of prevailing winds. All right, replacement.
Ooh, SWK, that would not be fun. They bought 10 acres with a 2,000 square foot house for under $180K. The drawback was they had to trench 2.5 miles of fiber.
Ouch.
That would not be cheap.
Okay, this time we're gonna make sure it doesn't get stuck. All right. The downside of relatively inexpensive M3 stuff is it tends to not be the best quality control on the planet. All right, now I got to put the 10 nuts back in the inside rail. Oh no.
Can you break it?
No, but
More screwsies that came out?
no.
What'd you do? 'Cause I heard some cracking.
Gonna try and not lose all the bearings in my
Did you not plan
in my
ahead?
slides. Can you get a piece of tape?
Where would I find said tape?
Yeah, it's right here next to me.
Yep, not gonna help. You're not helping. Of course.
No, luckily I didn't. They slid to the bottom, but they didn't come off.
Okay, what am I
So
doing?
just wrap tape around this so that it can't go anywhere. There we go. That's it. I just need one more.
Working on it.
That could have been ugly. I always wanted to put ceramic bearings in one of these anyway.
And yes, 713. He almost lost his balls again.
Yeah, it'll be the second. It'll be the second time. The first time is when I married her.
I keep them in a nice little purse.
All right.
Jay Steve says he's got about 500 of those bearings in a box.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not super hard to come by.
Yes, SWK, that is exactly what we're saying. I just really didn't even eat your chicken.
Nope.
At least you like cold chicken.
Do you like cold chicken? It's gonna suck to put these in though. Cause it's gonna do that. Oh man. I tore up the paint.
Oh, good job. At least we still have that paint.
Yeah, oh well.
Why do I have a feeling that that's going to be something I get to do at some point?
Because it sounds like something that would be good for you to do.
Yeah, SWK, that does not sound exciting at all. Counting, measuring, and sorting a bunch of tiny little metal balls. No thanks. I guess I don't have any room to talk. I used to do chainmail, so I like playing with tiny little metal things, but
Come on, get in there.
SWK says TMI. Only for you. Are these mine, or did you just hijack the set?
I don't know, I found those somewhere. They were in here.
And they were probably mine at some point. Oh, and mine now.
Two. Three.
SWK thinks that you guys have the same barber.
The one that shaves my head like all stupid? Yeah.
Yeah, Mother Nature's not very good at the clippers.
Four. Five. Also leaves my beard alone.
That being said, you are in need of a haircut.
Yep. Six. Seven. Oh, we're down to 14 viewers.
It is getting pretty late pretty much everywhere.
8. We were up at 33 before.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah, it's 10.
Yeah. You've been going almost 12 hours.
9.
Jay Steve says he goes when he starts looking like a macaroni penguin. Okay, now I need to know what a macaroni penguin is, because cannot picture this.
Sounds like some sort of craft mascot.
Oh, I know what those are. They're the ones with the little yellow tops on their head. 713 says, come on, we have 5 hours left in the shop. Hang in there. SWK says he just wears a hat so no one notices.
I don't like hats. I don't care if people notice.
You do too like hats.
I don't like hats a whole lot.
You like a certain hat really well, though.
Yeah.
You've stocked it for like 2 years.
I like old timey hats.
You do. You don't like baseball caps.
Yeah. Or knit caps.
No, you like your fedora. And what was the one that my parents got you? The purple one?
I don't remember.
SWK says he wears trucker caps all the time. Those are the ones with like the baseball caps with the mesh back, isn't it?
That's a Hill William cap.
For being a mommy's boy, he is right on your feet. Yeah, Robert's got, I think, 2 baseball caps, one for Valair and one for SpaceX.
Yeah, no, I've got
The
a
Boring
I've got a
Company.
Boring Company
Yeah.
hat that I like, or at least don't hate.
But you've got several, like, old-timey gentlemen's hats that I like, so. SWK, that is true. In the South, no hat plus a bald head does equal sunburn. The reality is that in the South, even with blonde hair, you can get sunburned. Because that was my problem. I had all blonde hair as a kid. I would get so sunburnt.
Trucker cap.
J. Steve White, we did not get a not a flamethrower, but we have several friends that do. Because of what? Zachariah and...
Yeah, Zachariah's got one, and Kevlar Condom has one.
They're surprisingly powerful. I watched it when the boys were playing with it.
They're not that good. They're a toy.
They are a toy, but they're still fun.
They are fun. They the main thing that they need is they need a they cool too quickly, and then the gas doesn't. It starts to be liquid at the jet, and then it gets weird.
Yeah, they run on the itty bitty propane tanks that are for like grilling on the tailgate grills. You were gonna just beat up your office.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yay! Now to finish the gentle snugging of all of these, so we can move on to step 1146.
Yeah, J Steve says real flamethrowers shoot liquid, so stuff keeps burning when they're not there. This is true. That's kind of the point. No, this is just a make fireballs kind of toy. It's not.
Yeah, it is not a flamethrower. Okie dokie. Well, on the plus side, that'll make continued assembly easier with more than one port of entry. Well, thank you for sticking with me through the troubleshooting part of that and making sure that there were no additional disasters. Bjorn, you could not be more in the way, bud.
Oh, yes, he could. Give him a minute. 713, I don't think they're going to go anywhere, even though they're having quote-unquote difficulties right now.
What's having difficulties?
Tesla.
Oh. Tesla's not going anywhere.
Yep, that's kind of my thought.
They're not even really having difficulties.
No, but everybody's all sorts of nervous because Elon Musk is being Elon and...
Being a weird ass?
Yeah. I've got this idea. I'm going to chase it down a rabbit hole. Forget every other project I've got going on right now. Because creative genius, but...
Okay. We'll pretend... Okay, so nobody noticed that the front and back are not on it. It's done. Those parts are done.
Yeah, Elon's pretty cool, but he likes to chase ideas. But when you've got that kind of money and the brain pool behind you that he does, the reality is he can do whatever the hell he wants.
So, Steve, it makes mention to make sure that the top panel is flush with the top bar. You can't see where I'm pointing. That the side panel here is flush with the top bar. I have a small overhang, and by small I mean .29, so 1.3 millimeters. 8.3 millimeters, or 0.83 millimeters, not 8. 0.84 millimeters. .4 millimeters.
He says that if it sticks up, it will tilt your motor mounts and the idler mounts.
Gotcha. So I need to figure out how to lower. I don't think they're going to shift down is the trick.
SWK says angle grinder with 40 grit flat disc. 713 says yeah, they might have to be trimmed off at the top of it. was gonna say 40 grit would just like eat a hole in the wall. I think that might be just a tad overkill.
Yeah, that's got quite a bit of stick up.
SWK, we are part of the group of that is overkill is the only way to go, so I'm going to assume that you are too.
I am wondering.
If it's worth killing, it's worth overkilling.
Exactly.
Guess I can take the eclipse map off now, considering it's no longer useful. Yes, this time it really is what she said. Steve says I align my rails with a hammer.
I'm gonna attempt to align this panel with a screw and this block.
Aaron says, "Yep, screw it."
Just saying.
Hi, bud. Hi, bud. And now that he knows he's the center of attention, he's back to begging. You can't see because there you go. I was gonna say because it's in the way. You are so sad. You are so sad. Go back to laying down. You were perfectly fine upside down. You were perfectly fine upside down. Yep, doggy bongos. Yes, everybody thumps on big dogs. Because you can't pat a big dog. They'll be like, what was that? They like the big thump. Everything's bigger with them. They have to be bigger pets. Bigger bonks. Aaron, the part of the game that you're missing there is that for most companies, the goal is not really to stay profitable. They want to toe that line of moving forward versus making money.
That worked quite well.
So I'm going to do it on the other side. And then I think
And I picked up my phone for a reason, and now I can't remember what it was.
Cause dork.
Yep, pretty much.
There. Use those to press everything down, nice and flat. Square, even. Actually, I can do more than one thing at a time, like this. There. That will let me loosen this and this and this and square it all up. There. All right, so now the difference between is 0.1 millimeter close enough to not sticking up?
Says perhaps.
All right, now I'll lock this.
You'll have to see if your motor mount tilts. Freudian slip.
What about tits? I like tits.
Uh-huh.
You know, the small birds.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure that's exactly what we all meant.
No, those are blue. Those have blue feet.
Yeah, wrong kind of bird there. Those are the funny looking kind with the blue feet. I will still never unhear I like tatas. There was one time we were working on a fundraising campaign for a breast cancer awareness thing. And the charity that we partnered with was Save the Tatas. And we were talking to somebody at the event. And in the, like, creepiest way possible, he smiles and nods and goes, I like tatas. I will never unsee that.
Who said that?
I don't remember.
Cool. That didn't pop back up, so I think we're good. Can I put the motor mount and idler brackets on now? Right, meow?
Right, meow?
Yes, right, meow.
He says, I don't see why not, but I've not built one of these beasts.
Then let's find more aluminum parts.
Let's do it!
And you got to remember, my motor mount brackets and my idler brackets are solid aluminum. They're going to make the plastic slide before the part warps.
SWK says, at this point, I don't think it matters. I built a couple 300 ZLs, and I would put them on now.
Okay, well, I'm going to use that to square everything while the side panels are all loose, so the top is perfectly square. Okay, so you get a motor here.
So username is a play on words. If you're still in the chat, how do you want it enunciated? Use her name or username?
That's right, I didn't need that one, I have spares.
SWK says, of course, my last 300 ZL build makes Steven and Tony not want to support me some, since I built half of it backwards, electronics and steppers on the left and idlers on the right.
Why would you do such a thing?
Because it's evil and fun? I don't know. Hold on, SWK. Chime in on that one too. But that seems like why you would do something. Just because you can. Because tool changer.
Oh, is the tool changer going to rearrange it all? Or are you actually working on a tool changer?
And then somebody says, that's not a Railcore, damn it. Leo the human says, I've actually contemplated to do the same thing. I like this hanging out and reading chat thing. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's so much easier to interact with you guys with somebody reading it to me instead of having to, like, pay attention. Wish you could tell Google to just download this whole document all at once instead of having to wait for it to load. Steppers. Scroll down if you have aluminum stepper mounts.
SWK says, I'm working on something different than E3D's tool changer. Similar but different. Leo the human says, are you saying you're not paying attention now?
Right, meow?
Right now. And SWK, they do have a text-to-speech plugin for chat somewhere. Yes, and I've heard way too many people abuse it. No thanks.
Almost put that on upside down like a dummy.
It's not a big deal right now while the channel is just an affiliate, but once you're a partner, if people come in and type inappropriate things and the text-to-speech reads it out loud, you can get banned. So, no thanks. That's just too much of a pain in the butt. SWK says, but I can trigger AutoMod talking about CAD tools. Yeah, that's why I was surprised. Like when I first joined the chat earlier, I got banned because I was talking to people and greeting people as they came into chat.
All right, those work. I need less crap on the bench.
I'm starting to think we just need a bigger shop, period.
Put that somewhere else.
Put it right by me. You don't need it more, I'm sure.
Hopefully I won't need that again. Because if I do, something else is broken. Alright, I can get 3 of those.
SWK, what is it? Auto modding out for Fusion 360. Now I'm curious. Oh, interesting.
What?
It cuts out F360, the auto mods.
Weird. I thought I had that turned off. That must be Twitch's auto mod.
Yeah, I suspect it is.
2.
So now I'm curious as to why Twitch freaks out over that.
Okay, so you can't do those 2 inner ones, but you can get all the others. Is that one longer than the others?
Jay Steve says it's probably some secret dog whistle for the white supremacists or something. Yeah, I can't find anything with like a Google search that would make me think they'd ban it. So, interesting. If you turned the overhead camera just slightly, you'd have what you're working on in perfect view. There you go. Since for once you're working in the corner that camera location's geared for.
There is no tilt in that at all.
SWK says they use some machine learning thing for training auto mods, so I'm guessing someone raged playing Forza one too many times. It's very possible, very possible.
All right, I need 3, and I need 1.
And Jay Steve sent the little woohoo, it's good.
2, 3, 4.
SWK says, oh, and 3 screws in the side rail is about all you'll get in those motor mounts.
Yep, I know. You can't, the other two holes are too close to the corner block. They're just there to trigger my OCD that there needs to be something in those holes. So what I will probably do is tap them or something and then you can mount crap to them.
You mean like a camera?
Yeah, either like a camera or LED lighting or something.
Mm-hmm. SWK says 713 put them in there just for your OCD. 713 says I keep forgetting to remove them.
You, sir, are a bad man.
Tony requested them in the early days.
Tony is also a bad man.
But we never remember to remove them. Yeah, shame on you.
You're
Write yourself a sticky note.
you're a horrible person. You can see how much that's tweaked up right now, but it'll tighten right down. The nice thing is the aluminum mounts have the ability to put quite a bit of downforce on the parts.
713 wants to know which ones is it again? The two closest to the ear, question mark?
Yes, the two closest to the ear are unnecessary and are costing you extra time and therefore money. You should remove them.
Yeah, Jay Steve says, we weren't sure where to put the holes, laugh out loud. And then 713 says, Jay Steve, right? And then, okay, I will try to remove them shortly, laugh out loud. I mill those in batches of 40 sets overnight. Wow. Sets of 40? That's crazy.
That's good. That's cost effective.
Production.
Yep, production lull.
Production efficiency. Okay, well, since I am out of soda, I am going to go grab a drink. Do you need anything while I'm downstairs?
Nope.
Hey, Bjorn, can you let me up?
By the way, in the instructions, you guys should include torque specs for all of these screws and bolts, because I actually have a driver that will do that, and because you can. Every single nut and bolt can be torqued for extra time and effort. So every nut and bolt has a official how tight you make it. It's called a torque spec, and they have a driver that is specifically designed. It's just like one of these, but it holds a standard bit, and it's just like a torque wrench where it'll go click when it's right. So typically, the correct torque spec for most things, especially in aluminum, is tighten it until it starts to get loose and then back it off a quarter turn. Yeah, no, that's a joke. Don't do that. I like these aluminum parts because they actually stiffen everything up or square everything up to trued surfaces. You should get a much more square box. It's the one reason I really want the aluminum sides, because these will flex or bow. If you had solid aluminum panels, other than the fact the printer would weigh 1,000 fucking pounds, it would be square. There would have no choice but to be square. Those are beautimous. That's motor mounts, idler carriers. So like this? Is that right? I think that's right. They are labeled. Rear idler. I had it right. Woohoo! Are the new motor mounts labeled? Must be on the bottom.
Okay, your reader is back. Okay, now you guys gotta stop talking about me. I'm in the room again.
No, you can keep talking about her. I've been reading, so I'm up to speed on things.
Well, aren't you special?
That's not nice. It's not fun. Nice to make fun of the handicapped.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
I just need We should teach you how to read. You'd be cute enough. You'd be cute enough. And insert jealous dog now. Hi. I just talked to her. I didn't do anything else.
You might have actually given her food, and he needs to make sure that he got his share.
Yeah, well, I didn't, so neither one of them got anything.
You almost spilled. And that would have made me a sad panda, because it
Yep.
would have been on my keyboard.
Yeah, go on. So it says they're labeled?
Yeah.
Front and rear and the etching by the logo?
Mm-hmm. I found it.
Good for you.
I really need nice small machinist square.
Remember to be mindful of those bolts when you install the idlers later.
Yeah, they're how they like to cross thread.
And then SWK says, 713 maker, on the Y plane, there's a hole center like that one's where it mounts to the rail carriage, center and about 15 millimeters above the rail carriage holes. What are those for? JC corrected his typo and says shoulder bolts. Sorry, I'm really bad at reading typo apparently. I should have figured that out. SWK says, at KnineDHP, careful with machinist screws you get off Amazon. I've got a couple of different ones and they suck. J. Steve says they're tight on purpose.
Yeah, because you don't want them to move and they need to stay straight. Otherwise, the belt wobble or the belt will roll and then murder itself.
Yeah, the shoulder bolts are tied on purpose. I knew what you were referring to, Steve, but I had to take a stab at you anyway. It's a perfect setup. Um, 713 responded to the SWK and says that hole goes to the belt holder, the 2 ear holes, and the hole mount the belt holder. 2 ear holes each side.
Perfect.
Da, 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 da.
Next. I need 1, and I need 3. Four of those. 4 of those.
SWK says, okay, makes sense. I have Tony's 3D printed belt holder. I keep hoping someone will make an aluminum one.
3D printed what holder?
Belt.
Oh, on the... I think that earlier they said that they're working on one.
J. Steve says, I'm going to have to turn in soon. My boxer keeps walking out of the bedroom where his bed is and staring at me balefully, whining softly and returning to his bed. Yes, that is him going, hey, you're supposed to come to bed.
That's when you look at him and go, you're not the boss of me.
Dear, we both know that the dogs are the bosses in this house. We like to think we're in charge, but...
Did I not get a washer on that one? Damn it.
J. Steve says, I love all my animals. Yeah, we're our animal lovers too. The reality is the husky has him wrapped around her paw. All she has to do is look at him and get herself out of trouble. And the Great Dane is my little pretty little princess. He thinks he's a teacup.
He's your My Little Pony.
He is. 713 has 6 cats and they run the place. Yes. Cats are emperors, and everyone on this planet is just a minion that doesn't know it yet. That is true.
I must have missed a...
J. Steve says he's got 3 dogs and 3 cats. That's a full household, too.
That's too much food bill.
Dear, his combination probably still eats less than Bjorn.
That's true.
Let's see. I think 6 was the most we had. Moose and Mia, Bonji,
Graham.
Oscar and Sophie. So yeah, 6. 6 dogs. Jay Steve says, "You're telling me I have 200 pounds of dog."
So do we. We got more than 200 pounds of dog.
Mm-hmm.
Almost all of it in one.
SWK says, "I've got one 100-pound doggo, 3 cats, 7 chickens, and 4 kids."
I like it. The 4 kids is your problem.
Yeah. I was going to say, the chickens probably don't eat much, and their return on investment's probably good because you get eggs. The cats keep everyone else in shape, and the doggos just, like,
Do doggo stuff.
riding everybody else's coattails.
Kids are expensive pets.
SWK says he gets roughly 2.5 dozen eggs per week.
That's not bad.
I would be alright with that. You could have all the fried eggs you wanted.
I love me some fried eggs.
Well, if we end up with that land in Kenmore, we can maybe get a chicken. Wouldn't mind having a couple hens.
Can you snug these up?
What do you want me to do? You expect me to be able to reach something?
Yes.
Are you forgetting that I'm the midget?
No.
What am I doing?
So grab that driver. See those 3 screws on the top?
No. That one?
Yep. You can do it. You can do it. You're not in it. You gotta
I
get it in.
seriously cannot see.
I know you're a girl, but you should be able to get it in a hole.
Or 4 not taller.
There you go. Perfect. That's it. That's all I need.
Okay.
What?
SWK says, "Laugh out loud, get a remote crate to stand on." See those 3 screws on top? Nope. Yeah, I could not see them, so I had to find the blind. Because midget. I guess that's not politically correct. I'm a short person.
There you go. Those are flat.
SWK says, "The funniest is one of the newest cats is an 8-pound kitten that runs the doggo around." Yeah.
Beep.
When I was listing off when we had the household of 6 dogs, it was the dachshund, the 12-year-old dachshund would terrorize the Great Danes.
Hoisty.
SWK says, "I am vertically challenged." Yes, that's a very nice way to put it. And then 713 says, "Michelle is 5'2" and I'm 6'5". I can really relate. And yes, Jay Steve, dachshunds are pretty much always buttholes.
I don't think that's got any flex to it. I think we're okay.
Yeah, the 2 dachshunds that we had were rescues that I adopted with the intent to rehome, and we just never rehomed them. "713 says we have Norwegian forest cats and a Maine, and then in parentheses, word Automod hates giant cats, average 18 pounds. You were referring to a Maine Coon. I used to have one of those. And yes, they are big, fat, spoiled, rotten cats.
Need auto mod turned off. You should figure out how to turn off auto mod.
No, he did it in parentheses because that's one of the ones that Twitch will.
I know. You should figure out how to turn it off.
You can't. Some stuff Twitch actually just mods out. You can update your filters, but you can't remove certain things.
Well, how am I going to have a hate speech propaganda channel that works properly if it's all modded? That's not okay.
SWK was saying to 713 Maker, so really you are her retriever of things from the upper shelves. Yes.
I keep trying to get her one of those, like, you grab the hand and you squeeze the little handle and it's got the grabby bit, but she keeps telling me no.
Nope. I already has one. It's right there.
And now you're breaking. This is why we can't have nice things. You're breaking it all.
I'm breaking things. Yeah, I have one of those. It's called right there.
Yes, but I'm not always here.
You are enough. And yes, 713. We know why they won't let you do that one.
Which one?
Coon.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of a not so friendly speech at times. It has a bit of a negative connotation. You can only put it on the most relaxed level, and you can whitelist some words, but some words are hard blacklisted. Yes.
Well, where's the setting for it?
You can override the F360 filter, though.
You should figure that out.
Oh, look. She call it on the moons, as it might as well be on the moon for her. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, I'm sure it's in your Twitch settings somewhere. So, can I go to your dashboard without breaking everything?
Yeah. Because you've got chat over here, so you can just do whatever you need to do. All right. Freaking A. It's funny. It's wobbly. Curious to see with the square how far off it is. The panels will square it up though.
So right now you have auto mod set to level 1, a little moderation.
See if you can slide it to 0.
You can. All it takes off is race, religion, gender. We'll try it. Whatever.
Okay, so you can barely see light.
Jay Steve says he's bowing out. Have a good night, man.
Later, man. It's been fun. Yeah, that's much better. That side panel was totally borking this whole system.
Yep, you said the word coon, so we're safe.
You are in the spot I need, Dingus.
Move the camera on him first, because that's just
Hi, bud.
He, they can see his ass, but he is seriously laying with his head under the desk.
Stomp, stomp, stomp. Hi.
I see F360. Hi.
Smile. Hey, Bjorn. Right here. Look. Look right there.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Bjorn. Stop! Bjorn. Leave it.
He got the pig.
Leave it. Hey, give me the pig. Give me the pig.
Bjorn.
Drop it. No.
Ow!
Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. Calm. Calm. Enough.
Can't calm and squeak the pig at the same time.
He kept biting it, which makes it squeak. Okay. You're a dork. Everybody loves you.
Lay down. SWK says, that's my pig, damn it.
Did that pig escape?
713 says, chill, bony dog. Laugh out loud. Are you helping, Bjorn? Are you helping?
All right, guys. Everybody seems to be bowing out. It's kind of getting late, and I think I'm
going
gonna.
for 12 hours.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick this up tomorrow evening. So at a reasonable time tomorrow, or actually tomorrow's a day off. I'll probably rock this most of the day tomorrow and get the majority of the rest of this done.
SWK, no, he does not sit on the couch like a person. He's never figured out how to tip backwards like that. He just takes the whole couch and lays on it. If there's like 4 inches of space, he will try to sit on it and then sprawl out, and eventually we're all on the floor and he's got the couch. Thank you, Dara Manis, for the follow.
Yeah, thank you for the follow. I will definitely do more of this tomorrow, and then I have tons more things that are going to happen with this. I have a ton of ideas to not necessarily change functionality so much, but I want to do LED lighting, and I want to do RGB LED lighting, so it gives you statuses like heating and print status and all the things like that. I want to wrap the inside in color. I'm going to redo all of the wiring so that it's basically show quality, almost like you make show computers, things like that. There's tons of stuff going to happen on this, and you should definitely keep in touch. Keep tuned in. I can't talk anymore. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, been going a long time. And you were up late last night too, streaming the repairs on the lights and stuff.
Yeah, so I was up till
3 a.m.?
you
came to bed at 3 and then started watching TV.
3 or 4 a.m. getting all the lighting and stuff in here built up for today. So,
Engineer Aaron, were you one of the people that was helping get all that set up last night because I flaked down on him? If so, thank you very much.
Yeah, we're not that far from done. We're mostly done with all the construction stuff, so not too much to go at this point. It won't be too bad. Bjorn, stop licking my chair.
SWK says a friend of his has a Dane that would sit his butt on the couch with his front feet on the floor, acting like he was a human. Moose used to do that. Our last Great Dane used to do that. He would sit on the couch with his butt.
Where did the towel go?
Probably gone.
No.
I don't see it.
Here it is.
Where'd you get slimed?
My chair on my the arm of my chair.
Wow, I see it. Here, just my shirt's already red.
Here, I got it.
Leo the Human, yes, he will be streaming tomorrow. And Aaron, thank you for hanging out and helping with him. That was awesome. I'm glad you guys were around to be the tester. I normally am, but I had a lot going on today, so I tapped out at like 11.
Also, I haven't eaten yet today, so food. And so today started at about 8 o'clock, and it's now 11 o'clock and not eaten yet. So gonna eat now. You guys have been fantastic. If you haven't, feel free to subscribe, or not subscribe. You can subscribe if you want, but feel free to follow and things like that. And
does Stream Elements have like
that's
how Muxy you could read off like how many bits and stuff you guys got?
Yeah, so you can actually do that right from Twitch, right from the Twitch thing. It's right here. So rank.
Right, but what's like your total bits for the time?
Cheers for our session. We just add those together.
Oh, well, that's dumb.
I'm sure there's a way to do a total. Looks like it was about 225 or 230 bits for the session.
You got a couple subs.
We picked up a couple of subs, chat stats.
Yeah, we'll figure out how to be able to give you guys like a recap of what it is. We've just got to figure out. We're playing with Stream Elements. We've been using Muxy for a long time, so we're kind of getting switched over.
Hey, we had somebody from Russia and somebody from Australia show up.
Woohoo!
Anyway, okay, guys, I'm going to call it a night, and you guys have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll do this again shortly. Don't forget to go support the Railcore community. With the link to the down in support, there's a link out to the merch store. Stickers, shirts, things like that, and the proceeds from that go back into the Railcore community, and it's really helpful for everybody. So helps keep these things being developed and stuff without completely consuming all of their existence and life. Anyway, talk to you later.